My child, stop right there. I am speaking to you now. Not later. Not someday. Not when you feel ready. Right now I am reaching into this moment and holding you still. Because this is not random and this is not noise. This is not for everyone. This is for you. Just you and me. I need you to feel that before anything else enters your mind. I know how this sounds. I know what it resembles. But I am not playing games with your attention. I am not using empty words to pull you in. I am speaking in a way you will recognize so that you pause long enough for truth to reach you. I have something for you, and it is not what you think. It is not meant to impress your mind. It is meant to touch your heart and set your life back in order. This moment was prepared, not generally, specifically. Long before you paused, long before you even realized you were searching for something without knowing what it was, I saw this moment coming. I arranged it with care. And most people will never experience what you are about to experience. Not because they are worse than you, but because they never stop long enough to listen. They stay busy, they stay distracted, they stay entertained, and they miss the quiet door opening in front of them. You did not miss it. You are here. That alone matters more than you realize. Timing matters, my child. Later will not carry the same power. Tomorrow will not hold this same clarity. Another moment will not feel like this one. I am not saying that to push you into fear. I am saying it because moments carry weight, and this moment carries something meant for you now. A delayed response costs more than it needs to. Some doors close gently, without noise, without warning, simply because the moment passed. I do not want that for you. That is why I am speaking with seriousness wrapped in love. Let a different kind of curiosity rise in you. Not the kind that chases excitement, the deeper kind. The one that has been quietly asking if there is more than this routine, more than this heaviness, more than this cycle you keep repeating. That question is not weakness. It is your heart remembering that it was made for more than survival. Hear me clearly. What is coming will not overwhelm your mind. It will soften your heart. It will shift how you see yourself, how you see your past, and how you see what is still possible. The ending of this word is not loud. It is deep. It does not arrive with fire in the sky. It arrives with understanding. And understanding changes everything quietly, from the inside out. Heaven is not distant right now. Heaven is leaning in, not to judge you, not to test you, but to witness a moment of awareness. Moments like this are watched closely, not because they are dramatic, but because they are rare. You are standing in one now, and you are safe here. I know urgency can feel like pressure, and pressure can feel unsafe. So hear me again. You are not being pushed. You are being invited. I am increasing seriousness, not fear. I am drawing closer, not standing over you. My love does not change when my voice becomes firm. It becomes clear. What happens next will change how you see your life. Not instantly, not by magic, but truthfully. You will begin to understand why certain things felt heavy, why some paths never brought peace, why your heart has felt restless even when life looked fine on the outside. Understanding is what I am handing you. Clarity is what follows. And after clarity comes alignment, the quiet settling of a life back into its true place. Open this moment fully. Open your attention. Open your heart just enough to stay present. I am not asking for perfection. I am asking for honesty. I am not asking for promises. I am asking for awareness. And here is the first truth I want you to hold. You are not as lost as you think, not as far behind as you fear, not as cut off as it is felt. You are closer than you realize, and this moment is proof. Do not wait until it feels safer. Do not wait until you feel stronger. Do not wait for a more convenient hour. Stay. Listen. Let what happens next begin to work in you quietly, deeply, and truly. You were brought to this moment for a reason, and that reason is unfolding right now. Nothing about your arrival here slipped through unseen. I have been watching the quiet path that led you to this hour, the small choices, the pauses, the inner restlessness that kept returning even when you tried to ignore it. You did not arrive here by chance. You arrived because something in you was finally ready to hear what could not reach you before. Say "Amen" out loud if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. There were other hours when something like this might have found you, and you would have moved past it without a second thought. There were days when your heart was too guarded, too tired, or too full of noise to stop. I did not force those moments. I let them pass, not because I did not care, but because your heart was not yet open enough to receive without turning away. Timing is not about urgency alone. It is about readiness. This moment is not random because your life has not been random. Even the parts that felt like chaos were forming something in you. Even the delays were sharpening your awareness. Even the disappointments were teaching you what empty promises feel like. So you would recognize truth when it came quietly instead of loudly. While you were simply living your days, I was working in ways you could not see. And now at last, you are still enough to hear me say so. So stay here with me a little longer. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not let this hour blur into all the others. Something is being placed before you that was guarded for a long time, and I want you to receive it with both hands. My child, I have been preparing you through experience, not explanation. While you counted the days, I measured readiness. While you watched the calendar, I watched your heart. There were paths I kept you from that would have taken more from you than you could afford to lose. There were hours I slowed everything down because you were about to rush into something that would have wounded you. There were doors I closed that looked good on the surface, but carried pain underneath. At times you thought I was absent. I was not. I was careful. There were conversations you never had, decisions that stalled, openings that slipped away, and you wondered why. You thought you had missed something. In truth, I was keeping space clear for this hour. I was making sure your life did not move so fast that you would miss the deeper call rising inside you now. Divine timing is not dramatic. It is gentle and precise. It does not announce itself loudly. It settles things quietly into place. When the hour is right, things come together without forcing. That is what you are feeling now. A sense of pause. A sense of being held in place just long enough to listen. You may think destiny is something far away, reserved for a different kind of person or a different kind of life. But destiny begins with awareness, not achievement. It begins when you recognize that this moment carries meaning beyond what it appears to be. Destiny does not always shout. Sometimes it lowers its voice and asks if you are willing to stop and pay attention. I prepared you by letting you grow tired of shallow answers. I allowed you to feel the ache of repetition so you would long for direction. I let you pass through silence so you would treasure clarity when it came. None of it was wasted. It softened places in you that once pushed truth away. You are meant to hear this now because you are no longer looking for distraction. You are looking for understanding. You may never have named it that way, but your heart has been asking deeper questions. Why does this keep happening? Why do I feel this way even when things look fine? Why does something feel unfinished? Those questions are not signs of failure. They are signs of readiness. This word carries weight because it comes at a time when you can feel seriousness without panic. You can sit with truth without shutting down. You can sense importance without needing drama. That tells me you have grown. Growth is not always visible, but it shows itself in moments like this one. Unseen preparation has been happening within you as well. Your ability to listen has been forming. Your patience has been stretched. Your tolerance for emptiness has worn thin. That is not weakness. That is hunger for something real. And hunger means you are alive and ready to receive nourishment instead of noise. Whisper, "I believe right now," if this word is reaching your spirit. There is an alignment happening between what you need and what I am offering. Alignment is rare. It appears when timing, readiness, and willingness briefly meet. That is what makes this hour precious, not fragile, meaningful. I do not open such hours often, and I did not open this one carelessly. I want you to sense destiny not as pressure, but as invitation. Destiny does not demand that you become someone else. It calls you to become more fully who you already are. The road ahead does not require you to rush. It requires you to be present. Presence is where my guidance becomes clear. If this word had come earlier, you might have brushed it aside. If it came later, it might have landed heavier than necessary. Now it arrives with the right weight, enough to matter, not enough to crush. That balance is not an accident. It is the mark of a father who knows exactly how much his child can carry, and exactly when to place it in their hands. You may feel something settling in you as you listen, a quiet recognition, a sense that this fits in a way other things have not. That is not imagination. That is truth meeting readiness. When those two meet, it feels steady, not chaotic. I am not revealing everything at once. I never show you everything at once. Purpose unfolds in steps, not leaps. But this step matters. Pausing here was the first movement. Staying present is the next. Responding honestly will follow in its own time. You are not being rushed. You are being guided. Your life has reached a point where direction matters more than speed, where depth matters more than appearance, where truth matters more than comfort. Those values did not appear overnight. They were formed through what you lived. Nothing about your past disqualifies you. Nothing about your questions makes you less mine. If anything, they make you ready. Ready to listen. Ready to understand. Ready to move forward with awareness instead of reaction. Let yourself feel the significance of this without turning it into anxiety. Destiny does not need your worry. It needs your attention. So give your attention to this hour. Let it speak to you quietly. Let it settle into your heart. This is where your path gently turns. Not away from who you are, but toward who you have been becoming all along. And I am here with you. Not ahead of you demanding speed. Not behind you pushing you forward. Beside you, guiding each step as it comes. My child, we have walked a long road together, even in the seasons when you could not feel me walking it. I never once let go of the road, and I never once let go of you. This is not coincidence. This is timing shaped by love, preparation shaped by care, and a moment set apart so you would finally know that your life carries meaning deeper than you have allowed yourself to believe. Stay here. Let that understanding grow roots, because what I am about to reveal next is the very thing you have been circling for years without being able to name it. My child, what you expected from this moment was never what I intended to give you. Human surprise looks for shock, for something new, for news that startles the mind and briefly holds attention. It arrives loud and fades fast. Divine revelation is different. It does not rush in to press upon you. It settles in to awaken you. It does not aim to amaze your thoughts. It aims to restore your understanding of who you are. You thought the surprise would be an answer, a sign, a sudden change in circumstances, something outside of you that would prove this moment mattered. But what I prepared reaches deeper than information. Information can be learned and forgotten. Revelation changes how you see yourself, and once that changes, nothing returns to its old place. Human surprise asks, "What happened?" Divine revelation asks, who are you becoming? That is why this moment feels quieter than you expected and heavier than you imagined. Your heart already senses that this is not about learning something new. It is about remembering something true that has been buried under noise, fear, and repetition. The surprise is not a secret hidden from you. It is an identity revealed to you. Identity does not arrive like an announcement in the street. It arrives like recognition. It feels familiar, almost obvious once it is seen. And yet it changes everything, because you can no longer pretend you do not know it. You have spent a long time searching for clarity outside yourself, looking for signs, words, explanations that would finally tell you what to do. I am not ignoring those needs. I am reaching the root beneath them. When identity becomes clear, direction follows naturally. When identity is blurred, no amount of information brings peace. So here it is. You are not who your fear told you that you were. You are not defined by the delays you endured, the confusion you carried, or the seasons you felt lost. Those things shaped your journey, but they are not your name. You have been living beneath your true measure, surviving instead of carrying the life I placed within you. This revelation does not shout. It gently removes the lies you learned to believe. It loosens the labels you accepted because they seem to explain your pain. It separates who you are from what happened to you. And that separation feels both relieving and unsettling, because it asks you to stop answering to the name your wounds gave you. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me keep speaking to the deeper thing, because this awakening has only begun. You expected a surprise that would change your situation. I am handing you one that changes your standing. Situations shift more easily when the one standing in them knows who they are. Identity is the foundation everything else rests on. When the foundation is sure, the house no longer shakes with every storm. This is why so many never taste this moment. They wait for something outside themselves to rescue them. They want answers without awakening. They want change without recognition. But my revelation does not go around the heart. It goes straight through it. As this truth rises in you, you may feel emotion without knowing why. A softness, a quiet ache, a sense of being seen more clearly than you are used to. That is awakening. Awakening is not loud. It is honest. It feels like coming home to yourself after a long time away. You were never as broken as you believed. You were burdened. You were tired. You were carrying questions with no one to help you hold them. But you were never without value, never without direction, never without purpose forming beneath the surface. The truth simply waited for the hour when it could be spoken without being refused. This surprise is not meant to overwhelm you. It is meant to steady you, to give you solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. Knowing who you are does not remove struggle, but it gives struggle its true meaning. You stop asking, "What is wrong with me?" You begin asking, "What is being formed in me?" I am not handing you a list of things to fix. I am restoring your sight. When you see yourself clearly, you naturally release what does not belong to you. Fear loses its authority. Shame loses its voice. Confusion loses its grip. Not all at once, but steadily, the way morning takes back a field from the dark. This is also why the revelation could not come earlier. Without preparation, you would have treated it as information. You would have asked, "What do I do with this?" instead of letting it reshape how you stand in the world. Now you can receive it without turning it into another burden. So let this awakening move slowly through you. Do not rush to name it or measure it. Awakening is not something you finish. It is something you allow. It unfolds as you begin to see your life through a truer lens. Your worth was never in your usefulness, your success, or your ability to hold everything together. Your worth stands because you stand, because you were formed with intention, because your presence matters even when nothing feels resolved. Let that understanding change how you move. You stop chasing approval. You stop measuring yourself against others. You stop believing that delay means failure. You begin to live from truth instead of laboring for worth. This is the surprise you did not expect. Not a twist, not a shock, a revelation. One that does not fade when this hour ends. One that keeps working quietly within you, shaping choices, quieting fear, and restoring dignity. Stay with it. Let it settle. You are not being asked to become someone new. You are being invited to remember who you have always been beneath the noise. My child, most people never reach this moment. Not because they are unloved, not because they are unworthy, but because they are overwhelmed. Their lives are filled with constant sound, endless demands, and steady distraction. The world keeps them busy enough that they never stop long enough to listen. Noise feels safer than silence because silence asks questions. Silence invites truth, and truth requires attention. Distraction is subtle. It does not arrive as rebellion. It arrives as busyness. It arrives as wandering, filling every quiet space so nothing deeper can surface. It arrives as numbing, choosing comfort over awareness, choosing amusement over reflection. Many people are not running from me in anger. They are drifting away without ever noticing the current. Avoidance often wears the clothes of activity. People stay busy to avoid feeling what is unresolved inside them. They stay surrounded by voices so they do not have to hear their own heart. They keep moving so they never have to look at where they are standing. This is not because they are weak. It is because stillness feels dangerous when truth is waiting underneath it. Deep listening requires something most are unwilling to give. It requires admitting that something is missing, that the surface has not been enough. Many prefer quick relief to lasting understanding. They want solutions without surrender, clarity without reflection, peace without honesty. Deep listening asks more, not more effort, more openness. I do not withhold this moment from others. I do not choose favorites. But not everyone chooses awareness. Not everyone pauses when truth lowers its voice. Some feel the nudge and silence it at once. Some sense the weight of a moment and quickly bury it under the next distraction. Some recognize the call and delay it until it fades. This is why so many never arrive here. Not because they are loved less, but because they were never willing to stop. Willingness is quiet. It does not announce itself. It simply stays when everything else says, move on. You are here not because you were better than anyone else. You are here because you paused. You stayed. You listened instead of drifting past the feeling that something mattered. That does not make you superior. That makes you awake. And being awake is not a badge. It is a responsibility to remain honest with yourself. I want you to feel chosen without pride. Chosen does not mean lifted above others. It means invited into a moment of clarity that carries purpose. This invitation does not separate you from the world. It prepares you to walk through it with steadier eyes and a clearer heart. Many confuse being chosen with being special. That is not what this is. This is about readiness. Readiness to listen. Readiness to sit with truth without defending against it. Readiness to let who you are be revealed instead of built out of fear and borrowed opinions. Noise dulls the inner ear. The more sound that surrounds a heart, the harder it becomes to feel direction. Constant clamor numbs the quiet voice within. Over time, people forget how to recognize gentle guidance. They mistake peace for boredom and depth for heaviness. So they return to the noise again and again and wonder why they stay empty. You are feeling something different because you allowed stillness, even if only for a moment. That moment was enough. Stillness does not need to be long to be powerful. It only needs to be honest. Avoidance often disguises itself as delay. People tell themselves they will listen later, pray later, reflect later. Later becomes a habit. Habits shape lives. Before they realize it, the moment has passed and the call no longer feels clear. Not because it was taken away, but because it was never answered. I do not shout to compete with the noise. I wait for openness. I wait for the hour when a heart grows tired of running and becomes willing to rest. That willingness is rare, not because it is difficult, but because it takes courage to stop. You reached this moment because something in you chose depth over distraction. You may not have named it that way, but your heart did. Your heart knew that wandering would not satisfy what was stirring. It knew that noise could not answer the questions forming quietly inside you. This is not about being spiritual enough or disciplined enough. It is about being honest enough to admit that something matters. Honesty opens doors that noise keeps shut. As you listen now, let go of comparison. Do not measure yourself against those who are not here. This moment is not meant to divide you from others. It is meant to anchor you, so you can move forward with clarity instead of confusion. Most people never reach this stillness because they never believe they are allowed to stop. They think life demands constant motion. They think worth is proven by busyness. They think rest must be earned and listening is a luxury. It is not a luxury. It is the foundation. Nothing I build in a life stands for long without it. You did not force your way here. You did not earn this hour. You responded to it. Response is simple, but it is powerful. It turns a whole life without straining. Guard your heart against pride in this. Pride closes what awareness opens. Stay low. Stay teachable. Humility keeps you able to receive without needing to compare, and able to grow without needing to be seen. This moment does not mean you will never struggle again. It means you will struggle with understanding. You will recognize distraction sooner. You will know when noise is pulling you away from what matters. I am not separating you from the world, my child. I am strengthening you for what comes next in it. In the end, most never arrive here because they never believe such a moment could be for them. They assume depth belongs to someone else. They assume clarity is rare and out of reach. You did not assume that. You stayed. Let that remain true of you, not perfectly, not without struggle, but with intention. Return to stillness when the noise grows loud. Return to listening when distraction pulls. You are here because you listened. That is all. And that is enough. And because you listened, there is something I have been keeping for you that I can finally speak about. My child, there has been something quietly waiting for you. Not forgotten, not lost, not taken away. Held with care until you were ready to receive it without fear or confusion. I want you to understand this deeply, because many of your questions grew from the feeling that nothing was happening, that you were left behind, that the long quiet meant refusal. It never did. Think of a wagon loaded long ago in a far country, its cargo sealed and marked with your name. It set out on roads you could not see. It crossed hard ground and deep mud. There were places where the wheels sank and the load sat still, held back by obstacles you never knew existed. Words spoken against you. Snares laid across your path. Resistance in the unseen realm assigned to keep what is yours from reaching you. The load was delayed. It was never lost. And now, hear this. I am the strength that pulls that wagon free. I am the wind at its back. I am the king who signs the release with my own hand, And when my kingdom decrees a thing, nothing beneath heaven can hold it in the mud. What is yours cannot spoil in the waiting. It cannot be stolen from my keeping. It is moving toward you now. Some things cannot arrive early without being damaged. Some blessings collapse under hearts that were never made ready to hold them. I waited because I love you too much to hand you something heavy before your hands were strong. Blessings are not only provision, they are responsibility. Alignment must come before release, or what was meant to build you would have buried you. You felt overlooked during the waiting. You wondered whether I saw your faith thinning, your hopes stretched, your prayers growing quieter. I saw it all. I did not turn away. I leaned closer. There were nights you nearly settled for less because waiting felt too heavy. There were moments you reached for what was available instead of what was right. I stepped in quietly. I let certain things fall apart because they would have chained you to a smaller life. That was not loss. That was rescue. You planted in hard seasons. You gave when you had little left to give. You kept your hands faithful when the ground gave you nothing back. Not one of those seeds fell outside my sight. Others around you told their stories of harvest while you stood in a bare field. And you said nothing, but you felt it. Hear me now. The field was never barren. It was working in secret, the way deep roots work before anything breaks the surface. The harvest you could not see was gaining strength underground. What has been waiting for you carries peace, not chaos. It carries clarity, not confusion. It carries growth, not exhaustion. That is how you will recognize it when it arrives. You will not have to force it. You will not have to shrink to hold it. It will meet you at the level you have grown into. The waiting itself taught you discernment. You learned the difference between urgency and readiness. You learned to keep walking without applause. You learned to carry unanswered questions without abandoning yourself. Those lessons were not accidents. They were the making of you. And understand this. What waited for you also required the world around you to move. People had to shift. Doors had to trade places. Certain ties had to loosen and fall away without tearing you. Some desires in you had to ripen. Alignment is slow because it gathers many threads at once, not only the ones you can feel. You may sense anticipation rising now, not impatience, recognition. The sense that something is closer than it has ever been. That feeling is not imagination. Expectation without anxiety is the sign that the waiting has finished its work. So release the belief that the delay meant you were behind. Many ran ahead and reached early, only to watch what they grabbed come apart in their hands. You stayed. You endured uncertainty. You questioned, but you did not close your heart. That mattered more than you know. What comes now does not come to prove anything to anyone. It comes to build something lasting. It will not arrive with a roar. It will arrive steadily. You will know it by the calm it brings, not the noise it makes. Doors will open without forcing. Conversations will shift on their own. Provision will find you without strain. The resistance inside you will grow quiet. These are the signs that waiting is giving way to movement. There were things I could not give you earlier because you would have tied your name to them. You would have let them tell you who you are. Now you know who you are without them. That is why you can be trusted with them. You are free to receive without being owned by what you receive. The waiting refined your desire too. You no longer want what merely shines. You want what is true. You no longer chase what stirs you for a day. You seek what will still be standing in 10 years. That change was the whole point of the long road. I know there were nights you asked why it was taking so long. I know you watched others move ahead and swallowed the ache of it. I did not dismiss those nights. I sat within them. But love sometimes says not yet. Not to withhold, to protect. So get ready and understand what I mean by ready. Not braced, not anxious, open. What was held back is already in motion, and it is arriving with increase. In my kingdom, restoration never returns things as they were. The years that seemed swallowed will be repaid in strength, in wisdom, in provision, and in peace you did not have when they began. Time is not your enemy when my hand is on it. Declare I receive what heaven has kept for me, if your hands are open today. My child, there are seasons when the weight of life becomes so constant that the soul wears down without anyone noticing. Not the obvious troubles, the quiet ones. Responsibilities pile on. The expectations of others turn into burdens no one can see. Your own mind begins arguing with itself before the day even starts. You do not say it out loud, but sometimes you wish you could set everything down for 1 hour and breathe without having to prove anything. I have been there, not at a distance, closer than your own breath. I watched you keep moving when your soul was begging for rest. I watched you hold the household of your life together with hands that were trembling under the table. I noticed every word you swallowed to keep the peace, every hard choice you made for the sake of what is right when no one said thank you. None of it slipped past me. What you are walking through now is not punishment. It is a passage, a narrow place between what was and what is about to be. The road tightens here. The pressure seems to come from every side. But this pressure is not sent to crush you. It is shaping you, the way deep places shape gold, the way the press releases oil from the olive. What I am forming in you has outgrown the old ways that used to hold you. The old thoughts, the old fears, the old habits of the heart are cracking because they cannot make this journey with you. Your identity is being set right. I am removing the labels others fastened on you, the words you accepted as truth that never came from me, the picture of yourself that your wounds painted and called honest. I am returning you to the one I had in mind when I formed you in secret and wrote purpose into your frame. Not the person others expected, the one I intended. Many judged your road from the outside, knowing nothing of what was happening within you. But I do not see as they see. They look at the surface. I look at the roots. And I have seen healthy roots in you that you did not know were there. I saw your compassion when harshness would have been easier. I saw your humility when others were lifting themselves up. I saw your honesty when a lie would have spared you trouble. That is what carries eternal weight. That is what moves my heart. And what the world never applauded, I will repay in full and beyond. Understand what I am doing, because it is not what the world calls success. Success leans on applause, on recognition, on results that others can count. I am leading you into fullness. Fullness is peace that does not check the circumstances first. Joy that holds its ground in the storm. Knowing who you are when no one else can see it. Standing exactly where you were made to stand. Doing what you were made to do. That is the country I am bringing you into. In the places where you have felt weakest, my grace will now show itself strongest. What you called your flaw will become the very ground where my strength is made plain. I am not asking for a perfect faith. I am asking for a sincere one. And you have shown it, even with your doubts, even in your low moments. Sincerity is the soil where I plant things that last forever. There were people who tried to dim you, not always from hatred, often from a jealousy they never admitted to themselves. They worked to make you feel small, to make you question your worth, to convince you that you lacked what it takes. Their words have no authority to cancel what I have decreed. My favor on your life will speak louder than any criticism ever spoke. You do not need to defend yourself. The fruit will answer for you. Remember the mornings you prayed with almost no strength left, the nights when you could barely form my name, Those prayers did not scatter into the air. Not one was ignored. They were stored, the way a king stores letters that matter, and they are being answered now in an order you could not have arranged. Faithfulness was never measured by visible results. It is measured by consistency in the silence, and you were consistent. Not perfect, not flawless, surrendered. That is worth more than 1,000 triumphs. I have also been fighting where you did not know there was a battle. Obstacles were forming along your path that you never saw. Words were spoken against you in rooms you never entered. I am clearing that ground now. I am breaking agreements made in darkness against your progress. What I have decided to place in your life needs no one's approval and waits for no one's permission. There will be people who do not understand why things suddenly begin to open for you. Why what strained for years now moves with ease. You owe them no explanation. Keep your heart aligned with mine, and I will keep everything else falling into order around you. And stop searching for more signs, my child. Stop measuring your road against the roads of others. The work I am doing in you is not a copy of anyone else's story. It is original, it runs deep, and when it becomes visible, it will carry a mark that no one can take credit for. Those who watch it unfold will have only one explanation left. This could only have been God. There were seasons I let you walk with less, to teach you that with me you always have enough. You learned it. Your dependence found its true root, and now I can trust you with more. More influence, more provision, more open doors. Not so you can sit above others, but so you can become a channel through which my goodness travels. What is coming toward you was never meant to stop at you. My child, I am also setting your companions in order. I am drawing near to you people with clean hearts, honest intentions, and a vision that agrees with yours. Bonds that build you instead of draining you. And I am loosening the ties that quietly took more than they gave. Do not be afraid when some people step out of your life in this season. Do not count it as loss. What feels like rejection is often release. I am making room because the next stretch of your road cannot be walked with just anyone beside you. Those you love are not outside this work either. The ones you carry in prayer, the names you bring to me at night, I have heard every one of them. The order I am bringing to your life will reach them too, in ways you will recognize when they come. You do not have to carry them with worry. Carry them with trust. They are held, and as the road clears, a peace you cannot explain will begin to settle over your heart. Not the brief kind that visits and leaves, the kind that stays. A peace that does not depend on things going well, but on knowing who holds all things. It is a deep security that rests not on what you have, but on who you are in me. I am bringing you to a place where you no longer need to prove anything, because everything you need has already been planted inside you. The long cycle of effort without fruit is closing. The season of planting without gathering is ending. You are stepping into days when you will see with your eyes what you once held only by faith. Answers will come more quickly. Doors will open without warning. What is beyond nature will begin to feel natural, not because life becomes perfect, but because your life has come into agreement with mine. I did not teach you to trust me only in the storm. I taught you to live by faith, so that faith could become the air you breathe. You will not need to convince anyone of what I have done. The fruit will speak. The change in your countenance will speak. The steadiness in your voice will speak. And when others lean in and ask what happened to you, you will have a simple answer. I listened. He spoke. Everything turned. Now hear how I want you to leave this moment, because how you carry it matters as much as what you received. Do not turn it into striving. Nothing I promised you today requires your straining. It requires your walking. One step, then the next, taken in trust. When the old fear returns, and it will try, you do not have to fight it with noise. Stand still inside and remember what was spoken over you in this hour. Fear cannot rewrite what I have decreed. Guard the quiet place where you met me today. Return to it often. Not as ritual, but as homecoming. A few honest moments of stillness each day will keep your heart tuned to my voice, and my voice will keep your steps sure. The world will keep offering its noise. You have tasted something better now. You know the difference. Be patient with yourself as this unfolds. Revelation lands in a moment, but it grows over seasons. There will be days you feel every word of this burning in you, and days it seems far away. Both days are part of the growing. On the faraway days, nothing has been lost. The seed is still in the ground. The wagon is still on the road. My hand is still on your life. Feelings measure weather. They do not measure truth. And when the increase comes, remember what I told you. It was never meant to stop at you. Let it flow. Give the encouragement you once needed. Speak the kind word you once longed to hear. Stand beside someone the way you wished someone had stood beside you in the narrow place. A blessed life is not a full storehouse. It is an open channel. The more freely it flows through you, the more freely it will keep coming to you. You came into this hour carrying questions you had stopped saying out loud. Whether you still mattered, whether the long quiet meant no, whether the best of your story was already behind you. Let those questions rest now. You matter more than you have ever dared to believe. The quiet was never a no, and the best of your story is not behind you. It is being set on the table in front of you. So walk out of this moment differently than you came in. Shoulders lifted, heart steady, eyes open. Not because everything changed in an hour, but because you finally know what has been true all along. You are known. You are held. You are chosen for a purpose that fits you exactly. And the one who began this work in you does not abandon what he starts. I finish what I begin. I keep what I promise. I complete what I love, and I love you. Watch now for the small confirmations, the conversation that turns unexpectedly kind, the provision that arrives from a direction you never considered, the heaviness that one morning simply is not there. These are not coincidences. They are my fingerprints, left where you will find them, so you never again mistake my quietness for absence. This word does not end when my voice falls silent. It goes with you, into your work, into your home, into the decisions waiting on your table this very week. Speak it back to me in the days ahead. Remind me of my promises. Not because I forget, but because your remembering builds your faith into a wall no storm can breach. You stopped. You stayed. You listened. Heaven took notice, and nothing about your life is standing still anymore. The door has opened, the decree is signed, and what was held for you is on its way. Go now in peace, and let your life become the evidence of this hour. Declare with your whole heart, Amen, I believe, and I will walk in it. And let that declaration be the first step into everything I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My words are not reaching you by accident. I speak into your spirit at this exact hour because I know you are ready to hear. This moment carries my design on it. You have waited with a hopeful heart and quiet requests, and the season I set aside for you has now arrived. I have heard what you never said out loud. I have watched the part of your struggle that no one else was allowed to see. Out of all who could have received this word, I chose to bring it to you. As these words settle in, a steadiness will begin to spread through you. The restlessness will loosen its hold. That quiet certainty rising in your chest is my presence. It is a clear sign of the bond between us in this very hour. You may be asking why it would be you, or whether you have earned the right to stand here. Let me answer plainly. My love for you has never shifted, not once, not even in the years you would rather not talk about. I saw every battle you fought without a witness. I saw the hours you kept going when no one asked how you were holding up. Today I step directly into your road, and I bring my strength with me. I have come to show you that I am still doing remarkable things, and that you are not standing outside of them. Do not let doubt cloud what I am bringing forward. This turning point is not a wish you are holding. It is your reality, beginning now. Keep your heart open. Stay near me. Watch what I have purposed for you begin to take shape in front of you. Your season of waiting has closed. The hour I appointed has opened. You are going to see my true nature revealed in ways far larger than the picture you have been carrying. I have always been with you, walking beside you, standing at the edge of every room you thought you entered alone. And I am here now, exactly where your feet are planted. What is moving toward your life is bigger than your mind can hold at this moment. The stretches that felt like nothing was happening were not empty. I was at work in them. I was building something in you that does not crack under pressure. The doors that stayed shut were not my rejection of you. They were my hand across your path. If you could see what waited on the other side of some of them, you would give thanks for every one that would not open. What I have for you is stronger. It is safer. It holds more. And now the hour has come. Do not be surprised by the calm you may feel today, a stillness that is hard to put into words. Do not question the quiet that is settling over your spirit. That is me. I am close around you at this moment. The weight you have carried for so long is beginning to lift. Things that were fastened to you are coming loose while you listen. Fear is losing its grip. Doubt is thinning out. You are stepping into something sacred that I set in motion long before you had any awareness of it. I have spoken quiet truths into you many times, even when you believed they were only your own thoughts. That was me. My voice never stopped. You simply grew used to the noise and stopped separating one sound from another. But my love never paused, and my leading never wavered. Listen carefully now. This hour is holy. Do not rush through it. Do not announce everything to everyone yet. Some sacred matters are best kept in stillness until their proper season. Let me finish what I have started before you begin to speak of it. Let this work take root in quiet ground. I am not passing through your life. I am staying. I am not handing you one favor and stepping back. I am bringing deep change. I am rearranging what needed rearranging, clearing roads, turning your direction. Later you will look back and know that no one else could have done it. Perhaps you have felt small, overlooked, set aside, but I watched your spirit grow in those quiet years. You were kept back because what is coming asks for a steady core, and I let that firmness form in you first. Others may not understand what it costs you just to keep going. They did not see the road. I did. And I honor how you stayed on it. Hear this clearly. What I am bringing will ask for your full trust. It will ask for quiet thought. Not everyone around you will celebrate what I am about to do. Not everyone will understand it. That is acceptable. You are not walking this road for the approval of people. You are walking it with me. You may still feel unsure. You may be wondering whether this truly points at you. My answer is simple. Yes, it does. This is your appointed hour. This is your turning point. The long season of barely getting by is closing behind you, and a season of favor is opening in front of you. New openings are showing themselves. Answers are becoming clear. Help is being provided, and nothing can hold it back. Not your past, not your mistakes. I have spoken it, and what I speak always stands. Your part now is to guard the peace inside you. Stay in conversation with me. Keep your heart ready and your spirit quiet. Let me finish this work. Do not run ahead of it. Do not try to force what I am showing you into being. This is not something you have to chase down. It is something I am carrying to you. You have hauled weights that were never assigned to you. You have kept a steady face on so that others would not worry. But I see the real thing underneath, my beloved, and I value it far above the performance. I am not asking you to be flawless. I am asking you to be honest. Come to me exactly as you are and let me handle everything else. I am not disappointed in you. I am pleased with you, with your steady faith, with your effort in the years when giving up would have been easier. If you believe me, say your amen now. Now let me speak to the fear you have not put into words. The fear that this is one more hope that will thin out and disappear. The fear that if you let yourself believe again, you will be standing in the same disappointment by the end of the month. I know that argument well. I have watched it run through you. But this season is not built like the ones behind you. I am directly involved in it. Your expectation is not foolish. You are leaning on the one who does not fail, and what I have promised is already in motion. There is something I want you to release, and I am asking for it now. Release the idea that good things arrive only so they can be taken back. That is not how I deal with you. I do not hand you something with one hand and reach for it with the other. What I give gladly, because you are mine. Let your heart open all the way again. I know you have kept parts of it closed to keep from being hurt twice. You have real reasons. But I am not entering your life to add to the pile. I am here to make you whole. Let go of the bitterness, including the kind you keep hidden and well managed. Release the quiet resentment toward the ones who wounded you and never came back to make it right. Hand those names to me. I will deal with what needs dealing with. You stay free. Bitterness is a locked door on the inside of your own house. I'm not asking you to pretend nothing happened. I'm asking you to put the memory in my keeping so it stops taking rent from your spirit. You will be surprised by how much room this makes. Your breathing will come easier. You will laugh again. Not because every circumstance turned perfect, but because you finally let me restore what was worn down. Something is coming back to you that hardship tried to dim. A steadiness, a settled kind of gladness that does not rise and fall with the news of the day. It has already started. Even now my presence is resting on you gently, and if you notice a warmth or a quiet loosening in your chest, that is my spirit confirming that I am near. Now let me answer the question you have asked me more than any other. How much longer? There were stretches when nothing appeared to move at all, and you began to wonder if I had stopped listening. Understand this. My timing is not set by what you want soonest. It is set by what will actually hold. I have been working on things you could not see. What looked like a full stop was my hand across the road. What felt like silence was my hand at work in rooms you had no way to enter. Every quiet request reached me. Not one has been misplaced. I have been nearer than you understood, holding your path steady, making certain that when the hour came, the pieces would meet the way they were meant to. And now let me answer the other fear, that you have missed your chance, that your mistakes stacked too high, that my commitment to you finally wore thin. Hear this without arguing. Nothing you have done has reduced my love for you. I do not withdraw what I have promised. My purpose for you has not moved an inch. You stumbled, I stayed. Drop the belief that you must get everything right before my kindness can reach you. That is not the arrangement. What I give reveals who I am. It is not a payment for a flawless record. You have held yourself to standards I never set for you. You decided you had to be spotless before I would act. But I act out of love for you, not out of an accounting of your performance. What I want from you is an open heart, and whatever trust you have, even if it is small. You do not need enormous belief to see great things. You need honest belief. The kind that says, I do not understand all of this, but I am placing my confidence in you anyway. That kind of trust moves what looked immovable, and you have more of it than you give yourself credit for. Your refusal to quit when you were exhausted was faith. Your choice to be kind while you were hurting was faith. The fact that you are still here, still listening for my voice, is the proof. One more thing I want lifted off you. Stop measuring your road against someone else's. Do not look at what I am doing in another life and let it make you question what I am doing in yours. Their road is not your road. I am telling a particular story with your life, shaped for you alone. You are not slow. You are not behind. You are standing exactly where you need to be for the next step I intend to take. Hold on to that, my precious child, and trust me once more. There is something else you should know about the years that felt so heavy. Some of that weight did not come from your circumstances at all. There was opposition working against you, and it was not imagined. The closed roads, the requests that seemed to go unanswered, the strange way progress kept slipping just out of reach. Not all of that was ordinary life. Some of it was arranged. There were those who did not want you to arrive at this hour, because they understood what I placed inside you. They saw the calling before you did. That is why the resistance came so hard and so often, aimed at the exact places where you were most tired. But it did not work. You are still standing, and that alone tells you how close I have been. Say your amen aloud if your heart agrees. I held you in the heat of the forge, and I want you to understand what was happening there. The heavy strikes were not aimed at breaking you. They were shaping an edge that holds under pressure. Metal that has never been worked bends the first time it meets resistance. You do not bend like that anymore. I was not standing at a distance during those years. I was at the anvil. I was making you ready to carry the weight of what I am now placing in your hands. While everything around you was loud, a steady current was moving underneath, and it carried you to this shore. I have set something like iron in the center of your chest. It is a foundation that will not split when the demands of your calling begin. You felt the friction. You have the marks. But the reservoir is unsealing now, and my strength is moving, and you will not be swept away by it. There is a step I am asking of you here, and I ask it plainly, because trust that stays inside the mind has not yet become trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me return to what I am doing in you. The work of the forge is finished, and the season of simply enduring has ended. You are a tool of iron in my hand, and iron in my hand is not decoration. It is for building. There is something in front of you that will require every bit of what those years put into you. Stay alert with your spirit awake. Notice what I begin to bring together around you. Watch as I line up conversations, connections, and openings. Some of them will look small at first, so small that you might dismiss them. Do not. Those are the first steps of something much larger. Do not rush and do not grow anxious. What I am building in your life is meant to last. It is not fragile, and it is not temporary. This is a change that reaches down to the roots of who you are. You are not simply going to feel better. You are going to be renewed from the inside out. I want to speak now about something that has troubled you for a long time, and about people whose names you would rather not say. You have sensed for a while that something was not right. Someone smiled at you and something in you tightened, and you had no proof. So you told yourself you were imagining it. You were not imagining it. Your spirit was picking up what your eyes could not confirm. There has been harm arranged against you in quiet, and I have kept a full record of it. Nothing done behind your back escaped my attention. I'm not telling you this to fill you with suspicion. I am telling you because the season of not knowing is over. What was hidden is coming into the open, and it will not come out by your investigation. It will come out because I am bringing it out. Watch how it happens. People will begin to show you who they are without meaning to. Conversations will turn and reveal more than the speaker intended. Old arrangements will not hold. Your own discernment will sharpen until you can feel the difference between someone who brings peace and someone who brings noise, dressed up as concern. That is not fear operating in you. That is understanding, and it is the gift that comes out of what you went through. You paid a price for it, and now you will use it well. There is a particular ache in learning that someone close to you was working against you. It is not only the loss of a person. It is the loss of the version of your life you thought you were living. I know that ache, and I am not asking you to move past it before you have felt it. But do not build a house there. The revealing is not the end of the story. It is the clearing of the ground. Once the false thing is named, the space it occupied belongs to you again, and I intend to fill it with something real. Do not go looking for a fight. Do not spend your strength trying to explain yourself to those who have already decided against you. Do not argue your case in the street. When I step in, you step back. Let me answer what your own heart could never answer well. You are not called to get even. You are called to walk free. My concern is not their punishment. My concern is your safety, and your safety is settled. No weapon shaped against you will finish its work, whether it comes at your provision, your peace, or your household. I want you to hear something else because it matters. What came against you did not come because you were weak. It came because you were carrying something worth stopping. The strong thing draws the attack, not the small thing. They recognized what I placed in you before you recognized it yourself. That is the whole reason for the pressure. It did not come from your failure. It came from your worth, and it did not accomplish what it set out to do. You are standing here. That is the answer to every accusation ever whispered about you. You are standing, and I am the reason, and what I have begun in you no one will undo. Let me tell you what to expect in the days directly ahead, because I do not want you caught off guard by your own answered prayers. Some people are going to move away from your life, and it will happen without an argument. The calls will slow. The invitations will thin. Do not chase after any of it. That is not rejection. That is the air around your life being cleared so that something else can grow in it. Trust the quiet that follows. It is not emptiness. It is room, and I will fill it with people you will recognize by the peace they carry, rather than by how loudly they promise things. You have had enough of loud promises. What comes next will be steadier and far less impressive at first glance, and it will hold. Now hear me carefully, because this next part is where many stumble. Someone who caused you real harm may come back. There will be an apology, or something shaped like one. There will be an explanation, a story about how they were lost at the time, a reminder of how much history you share. Not every apology is repentance. Some are simply a hand on the door to keep it from closing. Be slow to open. Be quick to notice. Your peace is no longer available for the taking. I am not asking you to be cold. I am asking you to be wise. You can wish someone well from a distance and still keep the gate shut. Kindness has never required you to hand over your rest a second time. Do not rebuild what I have taken apart. If I ended something, I ended it on purpose, and putting the pieces back together will only cost you the ground you have gained. Let it go where it is going. Remember Joseph, whom I loved. His own brothers sold him and told his father a lie to cover it, and for years the record showed only their version of events. He went down into a pit, then into a house that was not his, then into a prison for something he did not do. Not one of those places looked like favor from the outside, but I was not absent from any of them. I was setting him in position, and I was letting the true character of every person around him come into the open in its own time. When the famine came, the brothers who sold him stood in front of him asking for bread, and he was the one holding it. I did not require him to take revenge. I did not need him to argue his case or prove what had been done to him. The years spoke for him. His life became the evidence, and their own words condemned them without his help. That is how I work, and I have not changed my methods. What was done to you in the dark will be answered in the open, and you will not have to lift your hand to make it happen. You are not the same one who used to plead to be loved. The part of you that made room for disrespect and called it patience is gone. You are not the one who stays quiet so that everyone else stays comfortable. That season is behind you. Now I want to speak to your thoughts, because that is where the next fight will be, if there is one at all. There are thoughts that rise in you that did not begin with you. Ideas that press in and stay after you have tried to set them down. They tell you that you are less than you are, that this will not last, that you should not have hoped. They are not yours, and you do not have to keep them. There is a real difference between noticing a thought as it goes by and giving it a chair by the fire. Many take in ideas they should have turned away at the door. The part of you that is joined to me cannot sit peacefully with thoughts that cut down your worth. So take part in this deliberately. When a thought arrives that brings dismay, hold it up against the truth of who I am. When guilt returns for something already settled between us, say plainly that your peace is secure with me. When hardship reaches for your throat, call for my nearness, and I will come close. Let go of the belief that some thoughts are simply unavoidable, that you are stuck with a certain kind of mind. That is not true. When you take up this work with understanding and reliance on me, you will find your quiet coming back. And understand my aim in it. I'm not only clearing burdens out of your thinking. I intend to make my dwelling in the exact place those burdens used to sit. Where I live, there is freedom. The part of you that is set loose does not only get quiet, it gets ready for what I have prepared. You are not promised a life without difficulty. Hold that steady so no one can shake you with it later. I never told you the road would be smooth. I told you I would be on it with you, and I have kept that word in every hard season you have survived. The peace I give does not depend on your troubles disappearing. It comes from my presence in the middle of them. That kind of stillness does not rise and fall with the weather. It holds as long as your attention holds. Where you fix your attention changes everything. A spirit that chooses to rest on me, even in a situation that makes no sense, does not get knocked over easily. When your mind takes hold of the truth of who I am, whatever is trying to unsettle you loses its grip. The one who opposes you knows this. That is why the attack is aimed at your feelings rather than your circumstances. He raises questions. He points at possible disasters. He stirs the water so you cannot see the bottom. But as you learn to keep your spirit turned toward me, no wave of feeling can steer you. Your strength deepens each time you choose to trust while the road is still unclear. That is not a mood. It is a decision, made again and again in small moments no one else sees. Honoring me is not a feeling that arrives on good mornings. It is a choice made inside your spirit, and when you make it, the things holding you captive begin to lose their claim. This firmness is built in ordinary days. Connect yourself to the truth of my presence daily, not to gather information but to feed your spirit. Say out loud what is true about me. Let your inner life be a place where you remember who I am rather than a room where you rehearse old wounds. When sorrow comes, let your voice give thanks anyway. When you are unsure, bring the question to me instead of turning it over alone at night. On the days when your feelings are too much to carry, stop everything and rest your heart with me. You do not need to understand every part of this to trust me. You only need to keep turning toward my voice. Your strength will not lift you out of your life. It will hold you steady as you move through it. When your thoughts are set on me, even the hard hours become places where something in you is set free. That quiet inside you also makes you able to see. It clears the air enough for you to recognize the gentle understanding I send, which reaches only those who are not weighed down by constant doubt. My way of seeing goes far past what makes sense to you. When I speak, my aim is not only to hand you instructions, it is to change how you look at everything. Human thinking holds tightly to what it already knows. My leading does not. I loosen old patterns. I soften beliefs that have hardened into walls. I lead you down roads you had written off as impossible, not to confuse you, but to grow you. There will be times when I ask you to do something that looks wrong from where you stand and is right from where I stand. I will ask you to release what someone did to you. I will ask you to be gentle with those who walked away. I will ask you to begin again in a place where beginning looks pointless. What matters is not that you understand every step at the moment I ask. What matters is that you take it. In daily terms, this means you stop resisting the change I am working in you. It means saying, I do not fully grasp this, but I will move the way you are showing me. It means letting go of thoughts and habits that keep your spirit small. I am inviting you into a closeness with me deeper than anything you have known. That deeper connection begins the moment you set down your own vantage point and take up mine. Only in that yielding does your thinking gain real wisdom, because it stops leaning on limited human reasoning and starts to echo the truth of who I am. When your thoughts line up with my leading, my presence becomes unmistakable. There's no room left for the endless questioning that has worn you out. When your thinking agrees with my purpose, the second guessing that has drained you finally quiets down. Now let me speak about your household and the ordinary parts of your life, because I am not only concerned with your inner world, I care about the atmosphere in the place where you sleep. I care about whether the weight of provision keeps you awake. I care about the ones you carry in prayer, the people whose names you say to me when you cannot say them to anyone else. Peace is returning to your dwelling. Not the kind that comes from everything going right, but the kind that settles in and stays even while things are being sorted out. You will notice it first in small ways. A morning that does not begin with dread. An evening where your shoulders come down. Provision is being directed toward you. Doors that were closed for a long stretch are being opened. And the strange thing is that you will not have to force any of them. Some will simply be standing open when you arrive, and you will know that no effort of yours accounts for it. Someone is going to come back into your life carrying something you needed. A word that closes a painful chapter. An answer you stopped expecting. Help from a direction you were not watching. Do not be surprised when it comes without warning. That is how I have often worked. The help arrives from the side you were not defending, from the person you would not have chosen, in the week you had already written off. And I am going to restore what you thought was gone for good. Years you counted as wasted. Opportunities you believed had passed you by. I am able to give back time in ways that make no sense on paper and hold up completely in a life. I will turn your sorrow into gladness. I will fill the empty places in your journey with more than enough. My word on this does not waver, and I do not overstate what I intend to do. You may begin to feel a lightness you cannot explain. Old heaviness lifting off without a clear reason. That is not your imagination. That is what happens when something that had a hold on you is made to let go. There is one more thing I want settled between us before we go further. You have wondered in the hardest stretches whether any of it counted. Whether the effort you made in private, the choices no one applauded, the times you did the right thing and got nothing back, added up to anything at all. They counted. Every one of them is on my record, and my record is the one that decides outcomes. Nothing you did in faithfulness has been lost, misplaced, or overlooked, and I am not a poor keeper of what is entrusted to me. You will see the return on it. Not as a wage handed over grudgingly, but as a father who has been waiting for the right moment to hand his child what he has been holding. Let me speak once more to your part in this. Protect what I am building. Be careful whose voices you allow to guide you in this season. Not every word spoken over you comes from me. Some people mean well and still hand you fear. When I speak, you will know it. My leading brings settledness, not confusion. My direction brings stillness, not panic. So if something makes you feel rushed or uneasy or ashamed, stop and bring it to me. I will confirm the right way. I will not leave you guessing. And do not tell everyone everything yet. Some of what I am doing is still taking root, and roots do best in the dark. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it clear when it comes. Hold your ground while it takes shape. What I begin, I finish. If you believe what I have spoken, let your amen rise now. I want you to understand what this hour is really offering you, because it is larger than a single answered request. This is not one moment of favor handed down and then withdrawn. It is a different way of living alongside me. I am not simply giving you something. I am inviting you into a nearness you have not had before. And that is where the real abundance is. I want to walk with you through the whole of your days, not only appear when the ground gives way beneath you. Too often you have come looking for me only in the hard weeks. But I want your ordinary afternoons as well. When your heart is settled and your hands are still, I still want to be near. My desire is to be glad alongside you, not only to pull you out of trouble. Let your life show what I am like. Let the way you carry yourself be an argument that I am good. There is a wideness to what is coming. More stillness, more understanding, more gladness, more of my nearness, which is the part you will value most once you have tasted it. Now consider what is happening beneath the surface of your life at this moment. Old weights are being lifted. Things built to wear down your spirit are coming apart. What stood against you has been brought into the light, and once something is in the light, restoration follows as naturally as morning follows the dark. You are stepping into a season of renewal, not a patched-up version of the life you had, but a life reset at its foundation. Hear me on this. What is coming to you is not only for you, it will make a road for others. People will see the difference in you and want to know where it came from. Some will ask directly. Some will only watch. Either way, your changed life will speak, and you will be able to say plainly that I did it. So stand firm even while the difficulty is still visible. Stand firm even on the mornings when nothing outward has shifted yet. What I have begun is already moving toward you, and every hour brings it closer. Let me address something delicate now, about how you have handled all of this alone. You learned to manage. You learned to answer that you were fine. You learned to carry your own weight so that no one had to ask twice. That skill kept you alive in a hard season, and I am not going to shame you for it. But that season has closed, and the skill has become a wall. You do not have to hold everything anymore. Set it down in front of me. I am able to handle every question, every worry, every unresolved thing you have been turning over. When your grip loosens, you finally leave room for me to work all the way through. This is what I have been waiting for. Not more effort from you. Your surrender. You have asked me for direction, wanting to know what step to take. Here is my answer. Stay near me. Do not pull back when the quiet comes. Do not doubt me when the timeline runs longer than you planned for. I keep working in the silence, and the silence is not absence. I have never asked for a flawless record from you. I have asked for your whole trust, and there is a difference between the two that most people never learn. Lean on me completely in this moment, and I will do what no one else could do in your situation. You have carried a suspicion somewhere underneath that you were being punished, that something about you drew all of this. Let me put that down for good. You were not cursed. You were chosen, and those two things can look similar from the inside when you are tired. Being chosen does not exempt you from difficulty. It never has. Look at those I called throughout the ages, and you will not find easy lives. You will find people who were carried through impossible ground and came out with something worth handing on. That is your line, my precious child. That is the company you belong to. Not the fortunate, the carried. And when you look back on this stretch of road later, you will not remember it primarily as the years you suffered. You will remember it as the years I proved myself to you. Those are not the same story, though they are made of the same days. So let your spirit rest now. You have held the weight too long, and you have tried to be strong past the point where strength was even the right thing to bring. Now is your hour to receive, to breathe, to walk again, and this time without looking over your shoulder. I am not a visitor here. I am with you in every step, every decision, every conversation ahead. And the next time you feel lost, remember this hour. Remember that I broke into your ordinary day to speak to you directly. Remember that I told you the truth about what was working against you, and then told you it had already failed. Your story is not merely being rewritten, my beloved. It is being raised up. And what you are hearing now is only the opening of it. There's one more thing I want you to hold on to, and then I will tell you what is directly ahead. You are not required to have the whole picture before you take the next step. You never have been. The road opens as you walk it, and it has always opened, even in the years when you could not see 3 days out. Look at what is behind you honestly. You did not have the answers then either, and yet here you are, still standing, still listening, with more strength in you than the version of yourself who started out. That is not luck, and it was not your own doing alone. So take the next step without demanding the full map first. I've not brought you this far to leave you standing at the edge of it. Here is what lies directly in front of you. In the days just ahead, watch for confirmation. It will not always arrive the way you expect. It may come as a dream that stays with you long after you wake, carrying a clarity that dreams do not usually have. It may come as a word from someone who had no way of knowing what you were praying about. You may feel something break loose that had been fastened to you for years, without being able to point to what caused it. Not everything I do announces itself. Watch also for a turn in the road you had not planned for, a change in direction that arrives as a closed door and turns out to be a rescue. Some of what you called your future was beneath what I intend for you, and I am not going to let you settle there out of loyalty to an old plan. Expect relationships that restore rather than drain. You will recognize them by how you feel after the conversation ends. The right people will not require you to shrink, and they will not leave you exhausted from managing them. Expect matters to close that have dragged on for months. A situation you had accepted as permanent will resolve quietly in a shorter time than seems reasonable, and expect to be lifted in ways that do not add up when you explain them to others. That is often how I do it, so that no one, including you, can trace it back to anything but my hand. Do not rush toward any of it. What is coming is not on a schedule you have to catch. It is on mine, and mine has not failed you yet. I want to say something about the years behind you now in closing. You were not out of my sight in any of them. Not in the ones you would tell someone about, and not in the ones you would not. I stayed through the seasons when you stopped talking to me. I stayed when you went quiet out of anger, and when you went quiet out of exhaustion, which is a different thing entirely and which I understood. I did not stand back waiting for you to come to your senses. I stayed in the room. Some of the steadiness you have now was given to you in seasons you thought were wasted, and you will find it in your hands when you need it. So do not carry regret about those years into this new season. That is the one thing I will not let you bring with you. Leave it at the door. It has no place in the house I am building for you. There is something I want you to know about how I see you at this moment, because it is likely different from how you see yourself. You have measured yourself by what you have not accomplished, by the things that fell apart while you were doing your best to hold them. That is the ledger you keep, and you keep it faithfully. I keep a different one. Mine records the morning you got up when there was no reason to. The kindness you gave when you had nothing left. The prayer you said for someone else while your own situation was unresolved. The quiet refusal to become bitter when bitterness would have been understandable. That is what I have been writing down, and it is a longer list than you would guess. When I look at you, I do not see someone who fell behind. I see someone who kept faith in conditions that break most people. Now the life in front of you asks for a different posture than the life behind you. You will not be walking with your guard up all the time. That was necessary once. It is not necessary now, and if you keep it up, it will start to keep good things out along with the bad. Trust me to sort what comes to your door. You will not be explaining yourself constantly. That habit came from years of not being believed, but you have nothing left to prove, and the ones who matter will not require the proof. And you will not be waiting for the other shoe to fall. I know that watchfulness. It kept you braced through hard seasons, and it will tell you it is wisdom, but in this season, it is only a way of refusing to enjoy what I am giving you. Receive it, my beloved. That is your assignment. Receive it fully and without apology, the way a child receives a meal without wondering whether it was deserved. Walk into your ordinary week and let the change show. Let people notice that something in you is settled. Let the atmosphere in your dwelling shift because you brought a different spirit through the door. Be generous with what I give you. What flows through open hands keeps flowing. What gets gripped tightly starts to stop. Be honest about what you have come through when someone needs to hear it. Your account of these years will be the bridge somebody else crosses. Not the polished version, the true one, including the part where you almost gave up and did not. And when difficulty comes again, because it will come, remember what you learned in this hour. It is not evidence that I have left. It is not a sign that the promise failed. It is simply the road, and I am on it with you exactly as I have been. You will not face the next hard thing the way you faced the last one. You will face it with something in you that has already been tested, and with a memory of this hour to steady you. So rise now. Rise with clarity. Rise with your heart guarded and your hands open. The season of barely holding on has closed behind you, and I am not sending you back into it. What is coming will be bright enough that the difficulty behind you will lose its power to define you. It will still be part of your story. It will no longer be the title of it. I have spoken this over your life. I do not speak in order to fill the silence. What I say, I do. You are held. You are seen. You are known completely, and you are loved without condition. And none of that depends on your performance tomorrow. Go and live it, my precious child. I am ahead of you, behind you, and beside you on the road. And now, before you go, let your amen be the seal on everything I have spoken today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
I have chosen someone for you. Their name is already written into the path I have laid beneath your feet. You have not seen it yet, but your spirit has begun to sense it. There is a reason your heart has been restless in ways you could not explain. There is a reason certain prayers kept rising from a place deeper than your thoughts could reach. I was stirring something. I was preparing you. Do not turn away from what I am about to speak into your life. This is not a passing moment. It is not something you will hear again in this same way. I am drawing near to you now because you are standing at the edge of a doorway that has been forming long before you noticed it. What waits on the other side is real. What waits on the other side carries weight, and it has your name on it as much as it has theirs. I know you have wondered. I know the silence in your nights has sometimes felt heavier than you let anyone see. You have carried questions about whether a lasting connection would ever find its way to you, or whether you would always be the one left standing on the outside of something you longed for. I have not been absent from those moments. I was present in every one of them, and I was already building the answer, even while you were still forming the question. The person I am speaking of is not a stranger to my plan. They are not someone who wandered into your future by accident. I placed them in the design of your life long before either of you understood it. And when your paths cross, there will be something inside you that knows. Something quiet, something certain, something that does not need to shout to be believed. It will rise in your chest like a breath you did not know you were holding. And the release of it will feel like the most natural thing you have ever experienced. Declare your faith now if this word has reached your spirit. You may have wondered why certain things did not work out. You may have replayed moments in your mind, searching for what went wrong, asking yourself if you could have done something differently. I want you to hear this clearly. Those endings were not punishments. They were protections. I closed those doors because what stood behind them would not have held you the way you needed to be held. I did not remove those connections to leave you empty. I removed them to make room. And now, that room is being filled, not with something fragile, not with something uncertain, but with something that has been tested in my hands before it ever reaches yours. This person has walked through their own fires. They have carried their own questions. And the very things that shaped them are the things that will allow them to meet you where you are, without flinching, without turning away. I did not design this connection for comfort alone. I designed it for purpose. When you stand together, something will shift, not just in your heart, but in the direction of your life. You will look back at the roads you have walked, the valleys you thought would break you, and you will see a line that runs through all of it, a single thread pulling you toward this very moment. This is not something I do lightly. I do not arrange lives on a whim. Every encounter, every loss, every season of quiet endurance has been a brushstroke on a larger work. And now that work is nearing completion. Not the end of your story, but the beginning of a chapter that will redefine the ones before it. I know your instinct may be to guard yourself. I know that trust does not come easily after what you have carried. But hear me when I say this. What I am bringing to you now is not built from the same materials that failed you before. This is different ground, and the foundation has already been tested. Stay with me. There is more I need to say to you, and what comes next will settle things in your spirit that have been unsettled for far too long. The name that belongs to this person is not something you will need to chase. It will come to you. It will arrive in a way that makes your spirit pause, not with fear, but with a recognition so deep it will feel as though you have always known it, even when your mind tells you otherwise. You have been asking for a sign. You have been whispering prayers into the dark, hoping something would answer back with clarity instead of silence. I am answering now. Not all at once, because that is not how I work. I reveal things the way dawn breaks, gradually, gently, until what was hidden becomes impossible to miss. Do not rush ahead of what I am doing. Do not try to manufacture a result before the ground is ready. There is a difference between being eager and being impatient, and I need you on the side of trust. What is yours will not pass you by. I am guiding it directly to you, but the timing is mine, and the timing is precise. I have watched you move through seasons where you gave more than you received. I have seen how carefully you held on to hope, even when nothing around you seemed to justify it. That was not foolishness. That was the mark of a spirit that still believes, despite everything. And that belief has not gone unnoticed. It has been weighed, and it has been honored, and it is the very thing that has brought you here, to this exact place where what I am building is about to become visible. So listen closely. Let nothing around you pull your attention from what I am speaking. What I have set aside for you is already in motion, and the name attached to it is closer than you think. There is a reason I am not showing you the full picture all at once. If I laid everything before you in a single moment, you would try to control it. You would grip it with both hands and shape it according to your understanding. But your understanding, as honest as it may be, is still limited by what you have already lived through. I see further. I see the full arc of what this is meant to become, and I am asking you to walk with me into it, one step at a time. This person I have chosen for your life is not walking the same road you have walked before. They carry something different, not in the way the world measures difference, but in the way your spirit will feel it. There will be a steadiness about them that does not waver when pressure comes, and that steadiness is not something they manufactured. It is something I built into them through everything they have endured. You will notice it in the way they speak to you. Not loud, not performing, but measured and honest. You will notice it in how they hold space for your silence without rushing to fill it. And you will notice it in the way your own breathing slows when you are near them, as though something inside you has finally been given permission to rest. That is not coincidence. That is design. I want you to understand something about the way I bring people together. I do not match surfaces. I do not pair what looks compatible on the outside and leave the inside to chance. I go deeper. I look at the fractures, the longings, the places where strength was forged through suffering. And I align those hidden contours with someone whose own shape fits the spaces you carry. This is why it will feel different. This is why it will feel right in a way nothing before it ever did. Say it aloud. Say, I believe, if your heart is receiving what I am telling you. There have been connections in your past that drained you. You gave freely, and what came back was silence, or confusion, or words that did not match actions. You learned to read people carefully because trust had cost you before. I watched that happen. I saw the walls go up. I did not condemn you for building them. But now I am asking you to let me walk through them, because what I am bringing requires an open gate, not a locked one. This does not mean you abandon wisdom. It means you allow trust to lead where fear once stood guard. I am not asking you to be reckless. I am asking you to be willing. There is a wide distance between the two, and I need you standing on the side of willingness. The gate does not need to swing wide open all at once. It simply needs to be unlocked, and my hand is already on the latch. The name that is approaching will arrive without force. You will not have to search for it. It will appear in your awareness the way a word surfaces when you have been trying to remember something for days, and then suddenly, without effort, it is there. That is how I move. I do not impose. I reveal. And what I reveal carries the weight of certainty, because it was never uncertain to begin with. Pay attention to what repeats. Pay attention to what keeps returning to your thoughts when you have not invited it. This is not your mind playing tricks. This is me pointing. I leave markers on your path the same way a river cuts marks into stone, not with violence, but with patience, over time, until the shape is unmistakable. You are closer to this than you think. And the distance between where you are and where this connection begins is not measured in months or years. It is measured in readiness. When your heart reaches the place I have been preparing it for, the door will open. Not slowly, not halfway, fully. There is something else I want to address, because I know it sits in the back of your mind even when you try to push it aside. You have wondered whether you deserve this. You have looked at your own history and questioned whether someone like you could receive something this significant. I need you to hear me clearly. Your past does not disqualify you. The mistakes you have made do not erase what I have written for your future. I do not hold those things over you. I have already released them. The question is whether you will release them too. Let go of the verdict you have placed on yourself. It does not carry my signature. I never wrote it. And it has no authority over what I am about to do in your life. You are worthy of this, not because you earned it, but because I declared it. And what I declare does not bend to the opinions of those who do not know the full story. This person will not come to you asking for proof of your worth. They will not weigh your past on a scale and decide whether you measure up. That is not how I designed them to see you. They will look at you the way I do, with understanding that goes beneath the surface, with a patience that does not flinch at what is honest and imperfect. And in that space between two people who are not pretending, something real will take root. I am telling you this now because the ground is almost ready. What has been tilled in secret is about to break through into the open. And when it does, I do not want you standing at a distance, watching from a place of hesitation. I want you close. I want you present. I want you ready to receive it with open hands instead of folded arms. The time for standing back has ended. The time for stepping forward has arrived. You have spent long stretches of time making yourself smaller so that others could feel comfortable. You have bent your words, softened your needs, and swallowed your own voice to keep the peace in places that were never peaceful to begin with. I saw all of it. I saw the cost. And I am telling you now that the person I am bringing into your life will not require you to shrink. They will not ask you to hold back the fullness of who you are. They will not need you to perform a version of yourself that is easier to manage. When you speak, they will listen. When you are still, they will stay. That is what it looks like when I arrange a connection rather than leave it to chance. There is something in you that already recognizes this truth. You can feel it stirring beneath the doubt, beneath the questions, beneath the habit of guarding yourself from disappointment. That stirring is not anxiety. It is anticipation. Your spirit knows what your mind has not yet caught up with. And that is why I am asking you to trust what you feel, even before you can explain it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. I have been working in places you could not see. Behind the closed doors, beneath the failed conversations, within the silence that sometimes felt like abandonment, I was there. I was not standing idle. I was removing what needed to be removed and strengthening what needed to remain. Your life is not random. The people who left were not losses without logic. They were departures I permitted because their season was complete. And this new season, the one you are stepping into now, requires a different kind of foundation. It requires two people who have been refined, rather than two people who have simply found each other by accident. That is the difference between what I build and what the world offers. What I build holds. What I build endures. And what I am building between you and this person is meant to last beyond the first season of difficulty, beyond the first disagreement, beyond the first moment when the initial wonder settles into the rhythm of daily life. You may feel a shift in the coming days, It may be subtle at first, a name that catches your attention, a face that stays in your memory longer than it should, a conversation that lingers hours after it ends. These are not distractions. These are markers. I place them in your path so that when the full picture becomes clear, you will remember that I was pointing toward it all along. Do not dismiss what feels significant. Do not explain away the moments that make your spirit pause. Those pauses are not accidents. They are invitations to look closer, to listen more carefully, to pay attention in ways you have not been accustomed to paying attention. I am sharpening your awareness because what is coming requires you to recognize it when it arrives. And recognition requires a spirit that is awake, not dulled by distraction or clouded by cynicism. There is a difference between hoping for something and being positioned to receive it. Hope is important, but position is essential. I have been moving you into position without your awareness. The internal shifts you have experienced, the changing priorities, the fading interest in things that once consumed you, all of that is part of my repositioning. You are being aligned, and alignment is not comfortable. It requires the release of things you have held tightly. But what waits on the other side of that release is worth more than what you are being asked to let go. I promise you that. Not with empty words, but with the full authority of everything I am. What I am bringing into your life will prove itself in time. And it will not require you to defend it or justify it. It will stand on its own. I know you are listening. I know something inside you has not moved from this moment. That is because this word was not meant to pass over you lightly. It was meant to land, and it has landed. Now hold on to it. Do not let the noise of tomorrow drown out what I have spoken to you here and now. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, and that is not cause for alarm. It is cause for readiness. When a field has been plowed and watered, the shift in the soil is not destruction. It is the beginning of growth. That is what is happening in your life right now. I have been turning the earth of your heart, breaking up the hard places, softening what had become rigid through disappointment. And now something new is pushing through. You cannot see the full shape of it yet, but you can feel the pressure of it rising. That quiet insistence that something is about to change, that is not wishful thinking. That is my hand at work beneath the surface. And I do not plant what I do not intend to bring to harvest. So stay anchored in what I have spoken. Let it hold you when the waiting feels long. Let it steady you when doubt tries to convince you that nothing is happening. Something is happening. And it is closer than the space between one breath and the next. There is also this. The person whose name is approaching has already been marked by my hand. They do not know the full scope of what I am doing, just as you do not know the full scope. But they have felt the same stirring. They have sensed that something is shifting in their own life, even if they cannot name it. Both of you are being drawn toward the same invisible center, and that center is my purpose for your lives together. My child, I need to speak to you about the weight of impatience, because it is one of the greatest enemies of what I am building. You have lived in a world that rewards speed. Everything around you moves quickly, and you have been trained to believe that if something does not happen fast, it is not happening at all. But I do not work on that timeline. My movements are deliberate. My arrangements are exact. And what I am setting in motion for you cannot be rushed without being reduced. When the name arrives, it will not come wrapped in urgency or panic. It will come wrapped in calm. And that calm will be your signal. When something I am orchestrating reaches you, it does not arrive with anxiety. It arrives with a stillness that tells you this is real. This is settled. This is mine. Learn to distinguish between the two, because the world will offer you many things that feel exciting, but carry no substance. What I am giving you carries both weight and peace. This person I have set apart for you has their own rhythm, their own pace, their own way of moving through the world, and that rhythm will not always match yours at first. But that is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that two distinct journeys are being woven into one, and the weaving requires patience. You will not merge overnight. You will not understand each other completely from the first conversation. But with each honest exchange, with each moment of vulnerability, held with care, something strong will form between you. I am not giving you a finished product. I am giving you a partnership that will be shaped over time. And the shaping will require effort, but it will not require exhaustion. There is a difference between working to build something meaningful and struggling to keep something alive that was never meant to survive. This connection will not feel like survival. It will feel like growth. You have known the difference before. You have been in rooms where you felt the air leaving your lungs, where every word you spoke was measured against the risk of it being misunderstood or used against you. That is not what is coming. What is coming will feel like walking into open air after being inside a closed room for too long. You will breathe differently. You will speak differently. Not because you are pretending, but because for the first time in a long time, you will feel safe enough to be unguarded. I know what safety means to you. I know it is not a word you use lightly. You have been in places where safety was promised, but never delivered, where the people who should have been safe became the source of your deepest wounds. I am aware of all of that, and I am telling you now, what I am arranging is not a repetition of that pattern. It is the breaking of it. This person will not hold power over you. They will not use your vulnerability as a tool. They will meet your honesty with their own. And in that exchange, something will grow that neither of you could have built alone. That is the nature of what I design. It does not diminish either person. It multiplies both. You may wonder how you will know for certain. You may worry that your judgment has been wrong before and could be wrong again. I understand that fear, but listen to me. Your judgment was limited before because you were operating without my guidance in those moments. This time is different. I am walking ahead of you. I am clearing the path before you even set foot on it. The clarity you need will not come from overanalyzing every detail. It will come from a deep, settled peace that does not argue with itself. When you feel that peace, you will know, and you will not need anyone else to confirm it for you. I will be the confirmation. My presence in the moment will be unmistakable. Do not look for perfection in this person. Perfection is not what I promised, and it is not what you need. What you need is someone who is willing to show up day after day with honesty and intention. Someone whose imperfections do not threaten you, but instead remind you that realness has always been more valuable than appearances. That is what I am giving you. Not a flawless person, but a faithful one. And faithfulness, true faithfulness, is rarer than you know. It is not something the world teaches well, but it is something I have planted in this person through seasons of their own difficulty. They have learned what it costs to stay when leaving is easier, and that knowledge will shape the way they stand beside you. There will be moments in this connection where the old wounds try to speak louder than the new truth. Old habits of suspicion, of second-guessing, of bracing for impact. When those moments come, and they will come, do not let them rule you. Acknowledge them, then set them down. They belong to a chapter that is closing. They do not have a seat at the table I am preparing. I am not only building something between you and this person, I am rebuilding something within you. A trust in yourself that was damaged long before any relationship failed. A belief that you are capable of being loved without conditions, without performance, without the exhausting effort of earning what should simply be given. That belief is returning. And it is returning because I am restoring it with my own hands. You will look back on this season of preparation and understand that it was not punishment disguised as waiting. It was architecture. I was laying foundations in places you could not see, running support beams through your character, pouring strength into cracks that had been left by people who handled you carelessly. None of that work was accidental. None of it was rushed. And when the structure I have been building becomes visible to you, you will know that it was worth every moment of uncertainty you endured while I was working. There is a kind of love that the world celebrates loudly, the kind that dazzles at first sight and fades within months. That is not what I am bringing you. What I am bringing moves quietly. It does not need an audience. It does not require applause or display. It proves itself in the ordinary moments, in the way someone remembers what you said 3 weeks ago and brings it up because it mattered to them, in the way they notice when your voice changes, even slightly, in the way they choose to stay in the room when the conversation gets difficult instead of walking away. That kind of love is not glamorous, but it is enduring, and it is the kind that will carry you through seasons that test everything. I do not build connections that only work when things are easy. I build connections that hold when things are hard. And that is exactly what this one is. I want you to stop measuring what is coming by what has already failed. You have a habit of using the past as a measuring stick for the future, and it has kept you smaller than you were meant to be. The past was not a preview. It was a passage. You moved through it, and it moved through you, and both of you are different now. The person you were in those moments is not the person who is standing here listening to me now. You are stronger. You are more honest with yourself. You have learned to ask harder questions and sit with uncomfortable answers. Those are not small things. Those are the markers of someone who has been shaped by fire and come through it with more clarity than they had going in. I honor that in you, and I am matching it with someone who carries the same kind of hard-won understanding. The name will not come in the way you might expect. It may arrive through a voice you were not paying attention to. It may surface in a moment so ordinary you almost let it pass. But something inside you will catch it. Something inside you will hold it, the way your hand instinctively catches something falling before your mind registers what it is. That instinct is not accidental. I placed it in you, and I sharpened it through everything you have been through. When it happens, do not fight it. Do not interrogate it until it loses its shape. Let it sit in your spirit the way rain sits on dry ground, soaking in slowly, reaching the places that need it most. Understanding does not always come instantly. Sometimes it comes in layers, and the first layer is simply this: recognition. Knowing that what you have just encountered matters. Knowing that it is not random. Knowing that something beyond your own logic has placed it directly in your awareness. I did not bring you this far to leave you guessing in the final stretch. I am a finisher. What I begin, I bring to completion. And this word I have spoken over your life is not half-formed. It is fully shaped. It is waiting for the moment when both you and this person are positioned exactly where you need to be. That moment is not far. The preparations are nearly complete. Not just on your side, but on theirs as well. They have been walking their own road of becoming, carrying their own questions, facing their own tests. And they have been faithful through it, just as you have. When two people who have been individually refined are finally brought together, the result is not fragile, it is forged. There is an image I want you to hold in your mind. Two rivers that have been flowing through separate valleys for years, each carving its own path through rock and soil. They did not know they were heading toward the same destination. They could not see each other. But the terrain was shaped so that eventually, inevitably, they would converge. And when they do, the current becomes stronger than either could have been alone. That is what I am doing with your life and theirs. Two separate journeys, each purposeful, each necessary, merging into a single current that moves with a power neither of you could have generated on your own. You will feel that power, not as force, but as flow, not as pressure, but as momentum, and it will carry you both forward into things you have not yet imagined. I want you to understand something about what this connection will require from you. It will not ask you to perform or to earn your place, but it will ask you to be present, fully present, not hiding behind old defenses, not running through rehearsed versions of yourself, but standing openly in who you are and trusting that it is enough. That will feel unfamiliar at first. You have spent so much time curating how others see you that the thought of being simply, plainly yourself may feel like the most vulnerable thing I have ever asked of you. But it is also the most freeing. And once you taste that freedom, you will not want to go back to performing. You will wonder why you ever thought pretending was the safer option, when being known, truly known, is the only thing that ever brought you rest. There is a difference between being admired from a distance and being loved up close. And what I am giving you is the second kind. The kind that does not require you to maintain an image. The kind that holds you, even when the image falls away. I am not finished speaking. There is still more you need to hear before I am done. Stay close, keep your heart open. What I am about to say will reach into the places where your deepest questions live, and it will begin to answer them in ways you did not expect. You were not made to walk through life guessing whether you are seen. You were made to be known, deeply and without apology. And that is what I am delivering into your hands. Not a shallow mirror that shows you only what you want to see, but a steady presence that reflects back the truth of who you are and loves what it finds there. There are seasons in your life that seem to exist only to test whether you would break. Some of those seasons felt endless, as though they had no purpose except to wear you down. But I want you to see them differently now. Those seasons were not wasted time. They were the kiln. They were the pressure that turned loose sand into something solid. And the person you became through them is the exact person who is ready for what I am now placing before you. I do not waste difficulty. I never have. Every hard season you endured was producing something inside you that comfort alone could never have built. Resilience, discernment, the ability to love without demanding proof of safety, first. You may not see those qualities in yourself yet, but I see them clearly. And so will the person whose name is on its way to you. This connection will not be built on pretense. It will not be built on the versions of yourself you show the world when you are trying to impress. It will be built on truth, on the unpolished, unrehearsed version of who you really are. And that version is the one I love most. That version is the one I have been refining. Not to make you acceptable to someone else, but to help you accept yourself deeply enough that when someone truly sees you, you do not flinch. You have spent too many years flinching. You have pulled back when someone got close. You have changed the subject when conversations reached the places that mattered most. I understand why. Those places were unprotected once, and the people who entered them did not treat them with care. But this time I am standing guard at the entrance. No one is entering those sacred spaces unless I have prepared them to honor what they find. State your agreement if you feel this truth settling in your spirit. I want to tell you something about the way this person will love you. It will not always be dramatic. It will not always be poetic, but it will be constant. And constancy is the one thing that has been missing from your life for longer than you care to admit. You have been surrounded by people who arrived with promises and departed with excuses. That pattern is ending. What I am bringing is someone who understands that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in daily decisions. The decision to stay honest. The decision to remain kind when frustration rises. The decision to keep building even when the progress feels slow. Those are the decisions that hold a life together, and this person has been learning to make them, just as you have. Neither of you is arriving at this connection unprepared. Both of you have been walking toward it through your own fires. And when you meet, the recognition will not need to be explained. It will simply be known. There will also be a purpose that extends beyond the two of you. This connection is not isolated. It is part of something larger that I am doing, something that touches the lives of those around you in ways you have not yet imagined. When two people walk in alignment with me, the effect is not contained within their own four walls. It reaches outward. It influences. It creates a stability that others are drawn to, not because it is loud, but because it is real. The people around you will sense the difference, even if they cannot name it. They will notice that something has shifted in the atmosphere of your life. You have always wanted your life to matter beyond yourself. You have carried that desire quietly, sometimes wondering if it was too ambitious or too unrealistic. It is neither. It is the design I placed inside you, and the person I'm bringing will share that design. Together you will build something that outlives the moment, something that leaves a mark on the ground you walk on. I am not asking you to plan every detail of that future right now. I am asking you to trust that the first step is the person I am revealing. Everything else flows from that. The name is coming. The moment is coming. And when it arrives, you will not second guess it, because something in you will already know that this is what you have been prepared for. You have lived with questions that had no answers. You have carried longings that felt too deep to speak out loud. I heard every one of them. I held every one of them. And now I am beginning to answer them in ways you will recognize as mine. Not flashy, not overwhelming, but unmistakably certain. I built you for this moment. I walked you through fires that were meant to refine, not to destroy. I allowed losses that were meant to make room, not to leave you empty. And I held you through silences that were meant to sharpen your hearing, not to punish you with absence. Every thread connects, every piece fits, and the picture that is forming is more beautiful than you have dared to believe. Do not be afraid of what you are feeling right now. Whether it is hope or uncertainty or a strange mixture of both, it is all part of the process. I do not require you to arrive at this moment with perfect faith. I only require you to arrive with willingness. Willingness to trust me one more time. Willingness to believe that what I have spoken is not empty. Willingness to open the door when I knock, even if your hands are trembling when you reach for the handle. That is enough. Your willingness is enough. I will do the rest. I have been doing the rest all along, and I am not about to stop now. Not when you are this close to what I have been preparing. Not when the distance between promise and fulfillment has never been shorter than it is right now. My child, as I draw these words to their close, I want you to understand that everything I have spoken to you carries the weight of intention. Nothing was filler. Nothing was padding. Every sentence was placed with the same precision that I use when I set stars in their positions and rivers in their courses. You are not an afterthought in my design, and neither is this connection I am bringing you. The name is close now, closer than it was when I first began speaking to you, and I want you to know that when it comes, it will not feel like something foreign invading your life. It will feel like something returning, like a word you forgot you knew until you heard it spoken again, like a melody that lived in the back of your mind but never had a moment to surface until now. That is because this was always part of your story. It was written before you could read. It was decided before you could choose. And it has been protected through every storm that tried to erase it. Nothing, no failure, no misstep, no wrong turn, has been strong enough to undo what I declared over your life before it began. You have doubted yourself more times than you can count. You have looked in the mirror and wondered if what you saw was worthy of the kind of love that lasts. I am telling you now, for the last time in this word, that the answer is yes. Not because you are without flaw, but because I do not measure worthiness the way the world does. I measure it by what I placed inside you, and what I placed inside you has never diminished, no matter what tried to cover it over. The person I am bringing will see what I see. Not perfectly, because they are human, and their sight has limits. But they will see enough. They will see the depth in you that others rushed past. They will feel the steadiness in you that others mistook for quietness. They will value the parts of you that have been overlooked for so long you almost forgot they existed. And in being seen that way, something in you will awaken that has been asleep for far too long. That awakening is not something you need to force. It will happen naturally, the way a field thaws after a long season of frost. One day the ice simply gives way to warmth, and what was buried begins to push through the surface again. That is what is happening in your life right now, even as you listen to these words. I want you to carry this truth with you in the days ahead. When doubt returns, and it will, I want you to remember what I have spoken. Not as a vague memory, but as a fixed point you can anchor to when the waters become rough. This word is not fragile. It does not dissolve under pressure. It stands because I stand behind it, and I do not move. You will face moments where the waiting feels unbearable. You will face moments where the silence between this word and its fulfillment seems too long. In those moments, do not conclude that I have forgotten. Conclude instead that I am still working, that the same hands that set this in motion are still shaping it, still refining it, still bringing it to the exact point where it will arrive with maximum impact and minimum confusion. I do not deliver things early. I do not deliver them late. I deliver them in the precise moment when they will be received fully and appreciated deeply. And that moment, for this connection, is being calibrated with the same care I use to hold the entire creation in balance. You are not alone. You have never been alone, even when the silence convinced you otherwise. I was in the silence. I was in the waiting. I was in the questions you could not answer and the prayers you could not finish. I was in all of it, working, arranging, preparing. And I am in this moment too, right here, speaking to you with a clarity that I do not offer lightly. I am offering it to you because the time demands it, and because your heart is ready to receive it. The connection that is coming will not erase your past, but it will put your past in its proper place, behind you where it belongs. It will not fix everything overnight, but it will give you a partner in the work of building something meaningful. And that partnership, grounded in trust, shaped by refinement, and held together by my hand, will be stronger than anything either of you has ever known. When the name comes, receive it. Do not overthink it. Do not resist it. Do not look for reasons it cannot be true. Simply hold it. Let it settle. Let it take root. And then watch as everything I have promised begins to unfold before your eyes. One step at a time. One day at a time. One act of trust at a time. I have loved you through everything. I have kept you through everything. And now I am bringing you into something new, not because you earned it through perfection, but because my purposes for your life have always included this moment. Walk forward with confidence. Walk forward with an open heart. And know that what I have prepared for you is already reaching out to meet you halfway. The ground is set. The season has turned. The name is near. And when it lands in your spirit, you will know without question that this was always meant to be yours. Go now with my peace resting on you. Go with the certainty that what I have set in motion cannot be undone by any force. And go knowing that the one I have chosen for you is already on their way. You are ready. You may not feel ready, but readiness is not a feeling. It is a position. And I have placed you in that position through every step you have taken to reach this moment. You are exactly where you need to be. And the person I have chosen is exactly where they need to be. The only thing left is the moment I bring you together. And that moment is already written. Declare your amen if you receive everything I have spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything else down. What I have to say to you cannot wait for a better hour, and this hour is the one I chose. I did not let you wander here by accident. I drew you to this moment on purpose, because your body has been carrying pain, and your heart has been carrying weight. And I am stepping in to touch what you could not fix on your own. Stay with me. Give me these few minutes and I will give you back something you have been aching for in the quiet. My child, I am near. I am closer than the breath moving through you right now. I am not a distant voice watching your life from far away. I have knelt down to where you are. I have taken your face in my hands, and I am telling you plainly, I have not forgotten you. Not for a single day. I know you are tired. I know you came into this moment half expecting nothing to change. You have hoped before, and hope has cost you. So you have learned to guard yourself, to keep your voice low, to expect little so that little can hurt you. But hear me now. That heaviness in your chest as I speak is not your imagination. That is my presence pressing close, telling you what your mind keeps trying to forget. It is me. It is really me. And I am here for you tonight. You have carried so much without letting anyone see. You smiled while your heart was breaking. You said you were fine when you were anything but fine. You answered every question about your day with a small, brave word, and no one heard the thing underneath it. I heard it. I have always heard it. I heard the prayers you whispered so softly you could barely hear them yourself. Not one of them fell to the ground unheard. I see the nights you lie awake staring into the dark, replaying every loss, every word that cut, every door that closed. I see the weariness that no amount of sleep can reach. I see how you have kept going anyway, one heavy morning after another, when giving up would have been easier. And I want you to know that I am proud of you. Not because you had it all together, because you kept walking when you did not. Your body knows things your mind has tried to hide. It holds the tension you never released. It carries the strain of years spent bracing for the next hard thing. You have pushed through discomfort so many times that pain began to feel like a normal part of living. I am here to interrupt that belief. You were not made to live bent under a weight that never lifts, and I am reaching toward the very places you thought no one could see. I am not coming to remind you how weak you have felt. I am coming to replace that weakness with a strength you did not expect. I created your body with my own hands, and I understand every part of it in ways no one else ever will. When I say I want to heal you, I do not mean I will brush the surface and leave the root untouched. I mean I am going all the way down to the place where the trouble began. So breathe. Let your shoulders drop. Let the knot in your stomach loosen just a little. You do not have to hold yourself together in this moment. I am holding you. You are allowed to stop bracing. You are allowed to rest here in the middle of everything unfinished, because I am the one keeping watch now, and I do not grow tired, and I do not look away. There is a lie that has been spoken over you for a long time, and before I go any further, I am going to pull it into the light. The enemy of your peace has been whispering that you are too late for the healing, too late for the change, too late for the life you once believed was coming. You have heard it so many times that you began to repeat it to yourself. You started asking me for less, afraid that the real desire of your heart was already out of reach. I'm telling you now that voice has been lying to you. You are not too late. You have never once been too late. My timing does not move the way the world's clock moves. What looks finished to your eyes is still open in my hands. What looks like a closed door is a door I am about to unlock. I am the one who opens what no one can shut, and I have opened something over your life that you have not even noticed yet. Something has already begun to shift. You may have felt it, a strange lifting in the middle of a hard week, a quiet you could not explain, a night your rest was deeper than it had been in a long time. That was not nothing. That was me, moving in the unseen places, loosening what has held you. And I am not finished. I am only beginning. I want you to feel how present I am with you right now, not as an idea, as a nearness. Set down the pretending. Set down the performance. You do not have to earn this moment, and you could not have missed it, because I am the one who arranged it. I called you here, and I will not waste your time with empty words. What I speak over you tonight, I intend to do. So let this be the moment you stop carrying alone. Let this be the hour you let me in. Not only into the tidy parts of your life, the parts you would gladly show, but into the rooms you keep shut, the shame you have never spoken, the fear you have never named. I am not walking in with judgment. I am walking in with light. And there is nothing in you too far gone for my love to reach. Declare your Amen if you believe I am speaking to you. Let me tell you about a woman who believed she had run out of time. For 12 years she bled, and no one could stop it. 12 years of being called unclean. 12 years of doctors who took what little she had and gave her nothing back. 12 years of being pushed to the edge of every crowd, of watching hope shrink until it was barely a whisper. By every measure the world could see, her season had passed. Then she heard I was passing by, and something rose in her that was stronger than her shame. She did not wait for permission. She did not wait for anyone to speak for her. She pressed through the crowd on her own, reached out her own hand, and touched the edge of my robe. And in that instant, 12 years of loss turned. Strength poured into her body where weakness had lived. I did not tell her she had waited too long. I called her daughter, and I told her that her faith had made her whole. The same power that flowed into her that day is the power I am speaking over you now. Your 12 years, your 7 years, your 20. However long you have counted the losses, I am not looking at that count the way you are. Those years are not thrown away. What the world buried, I know how to raise. What felt wasted, I know how to redeem. And I can do it faster than the waiting ever felt. So stop measuring your future by the length of your delay. A delay is not a denial. My silence was never absence. When you could not feel me, I had not stepped away. I was working in the room you could not see into. That is not a small comfort I am offering you. It is the plain truth of how I move. I do my deepest work in the quiet, long before the change becomes visible to your eyes. I know there is a part of you that still holds back. It is the part that whispers, "But what if I hope and nothing changes? What if I reach out and I am disappointed again?" I want to speak straight to that part of you. In all of time, I have never once failed a heart that trusted me completely. People have failed you. Leaders who used my name have failed you. Even your own expectations have failed you. But I am not a person that I should lie. What I have promised, I will carry out. And there is a wound in you deeper than the waiting. It is the belief that you are only loved when you are at your best. The polished version. The version that keeps its temper and hides its doubts and never falls apart. You have come to believe that the real you, the tired one, the one who has made mistakes you have never told anyone, is too much for me to love. That is the oldest lie there is, and I am tearing it down tonight. I love the version of you that struggles. I love the version that doubts and reaches and falls and gets up again. My love for you was never a reward for good behavior. It was a choice I made, and it holds whether your day was your best or your worst. Nothing you have done can make me love you more. Nothing you have done can make me love you less. Let that settle where it needs to. Not your past. Not your present. Not the thing you are most ashamed of. Nothing can separate you from my love. Not failure, not distance. Not the years you spent sure I had turned away. There is no height and no depth, nothing above you and nothing beneath you that can reach in and cut the cord between us. That is not a poem. That is a promise sealed and unbreakable. You have spent so long trying to be worthy of the thing that was already yours. You have worked to earn a nearness I was giving away freely. Set the striving down. You do not have to prove your worth to me. You do not have to argue your case. My acceptance of you is already finished, and it does not shift with your performance. To me, you are treasured, not for what you produce, for who you are. Think of how differently you would walk through your days if you truly believed that. If you stopped bracing for me to be disappointed in you. If you stopped waiting for the moment I would finally give up. I am not going to give up. I have watched you offer patience to people who tested it, kindness to those who gave none back, understanding when you had nothing left. You have poured yourself out for so long. Now the season has turned. and it is time for you to receive. So let your grip loosen on the things you have held too tightly, thinking they could fill you the way only I can. The people, the outcomes, the plans you have clutched in fear. Trust me with the empty spaces. Trust me to fill them, to mend what is torn, to bring a peace you have not yet been able to picture. You will not find calm by clinging to what is behind you. Calm comes as you step forward with me. This is not the end of your road. It is a beginning you did not see coming. You have looked back so many times at the joy and at the pain that you almost missed the door standing open in front of you. I am already preparing what waits on the other side of it. The people you will meet. The turns you cannot yet see. The good I have been arranging while you slept. Your part is simply to trust and to take the next step, even when the whole path is still hidden. I see further than you see. I know what you need before you know to ask, and I am already moving to provide it. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. Now I want to speak to your body, not around it, to it. I know the pain you have carried without naming it. I know the ache that meets you in the morning and the tiredness that no rest seems to touch. I know the words a doctor spoke that made your knees go weak. I know the mystery no one has been able to explain. You have managed it, hidden it, pushed through it. But I see the truth of what you are holding, and I am not turning away from it. Become aware of your body for a moment without fear. Feel where the tension sits. Feel where the discomfort lives. Do not run from it. I am not afraid of what you feel, and I am not held back by what anyone has said about your condition. I am moving toward the very place that hurts, and I am moving with purpose. Understand this about your body. It has been protecting you. It tightened to keep you standing. It held its guard up through seasons when you had to survive. What once kept you moving has now become a weight, and I am telling your body it is safe to lay that weight down, safe to loosen, safe to trust again. You are not in a battle in this moment. You are being cared for. Your body has done more than carry physical strain. It absorbed the sadness you swallowed. It stored the worry you never spoke. Every disappointment left its mark somewhere in you, in the tightness of your shoulders, the shallowness of your breath, the ache that has no clear cause. I am lifting those marks now. I am clearing the space they occupied and putting my peace where they used to live. This is why you may begin to feel lighter in a way you cannot fully explain. It is not only relief, it is release. There is a warmth beginning to move in you, even if it is faint, even if you cannot put words to it. That is not your mind inventing comfort. That is my presence, working gently, on purpose, with care. I am not rushing. Real healing is not forced, it is guided. So let it come without resisting, without trying to control how it arrives. I know exactly what I am doing, and I am doing it for you. Place your hand now on the part of your body that needs me most. Just rest it there, and know that my hand is covering yours. Feel the tension there begin to loosen its grip. Something heavy is leaving. Something steady is coming in. Weakness is going and strength is entering. Fear is going and peace is entering. You do not need to understand every part of how this works. You only need to stay open to it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your breathing settle and slow. Notice how it is changing on its own, becoming deeper, more natural, less guarded. You are not forcing this. Your body is finally allowing it. With each breath, tension moves out and calm moves in. This simple rhythm is becoming a road that my healing travels straight into you. Do not measure the work by how fast it appears. Measure it by how deep it goes, because what I build in you is meant to remain. I am not covering the trouble. I am reaching the root of it. That is why what you are receiving is different from a comfort that fades by morning. I am correcting what caused the pain, not only easing what you feel. Your body is responding, becoming steadier, becoming more balanced, even in the places you had given up on. What felt too far gone is still within my reach, and I am there now. I am restoring your strength as well, because healing is not complete without it. You have been running on empty for so long, pushing forward with nothing left in the tank. I am renewing that strength, not in a sudden burst that vanishes, but as a steady return that lasts. You will begin to notice you are not as drained as you were. You will feel more supported, more able to carry your day without being crushed by it. Do not be surprised if the change starts small. Healing often begins in the quiet before it becomes plain to see. A slight easing, a moment of relief, a lightness where there was heaviness. These are not accidents, they are confirmations. I am rebuilding what was worn down and giving it a foundation that will hold. You do not have to chase this. It is reaching you. Your body has spent years listening to stress, to pressure, to the fear that something worse was coming. Now it is listening to me. I am giving it a new direction and a new sense of stability. What was unsteady is becoming firm. What was uncertain is becoming secure. And this is not a passing feeling that leaves when the moment ends. It is a change taking root, one I will keep tending long after these words are done. I am also quieting the noise in your mind because your body has been listening to it for years. When your thoughts run on worry, your body braces along with them, and the tension never fully leaves. So I am slowing those thoughts now, one by one, replacing the racing with a calm that is not fragile. As your mind grows still, your body is free to mend. The two were always meant to work together, and I am bringing them back into agreement. You will feel it as a settling, a sense that the alarm that has been ringing inside you for so long is finally being switched off. You are not broken beyond repair. You are being restored, step by careful step. Let that truth reach the place where you had quietly stopped believing your body could recover. I am telling you plainly, it can, and it is. There is a quiet strength forming in you now, one that does not need to prove itself. It is steady. It is calm. It is rooted deeper than your feelings, so it will hold on the days your feelings do not. I am building it carefully, which is why it will not crumble the first time life leans on it. You have lived so long in a state of defense, always braced, always guarding. I am teaching your whole being a different way to stand, one that does not depend on fear to keep you upright. Let me tell you about a young man named Joseph, because his story is closer to yours than you know. I gave him a dream when he was young, and that dream cost him everything. His own brothers turned on him and threw him into a pit. They sold him into slavery. He was lied about, accused of a thing he never did, and thrown into a prison where the world forgot he existed. Years passed behind those stone walls, years of a life that looked wasted from every angle a man could see. I am sure there were nights he stared at those walls and wondered if I had gone silent on him, if the dream had been a cruel joke, if holding on had been for nothing. But I was not asleep in that prison. While he sat in the dark, I was moving. I was arranging people he had not met. I was setting things in place that he could not see from where he sat. The delay was not me forgetting him. The delay was me working. And when his hour came, I lifted him from the dungeon to the right hand of a king in a single day. One day. Everything the years had stolen was answered at once. The pit did not get the final word. The prison did not get the final word. What was meant to end him became the very place I was hiding him until it was time. Hear me, my child. The season that looked like it was burying you was not the last chapter. I have not been absent from the low place. I have been in it with you, doing the work you could not do and could not watch. And your lifting is nearer than the length of the weight would make you believe. Stay alert, stay expectant. Do not sleep through the turn when it comes. I am restoring your energy the same way I restored your strength, not in a surge that spikes and fades, but in a steadiness that returns and stays. You will notice it in small things first. A task that used to drain you will cost you less. A morning that used to feel impossible will feel a little more possible. I am stabilizing what has been swinging wildly, the highs and the crashes, and settling you into a rhythm you can actually live in. There is also a resilience growing in you, a quiet ability to meet what comes without being knocked flat by it. This does not come from pushing yourself harder. It comes from being held in the right way. You have tried to be your own foundation for so long, carrying every weight, fixing every broken thing. Sure, it was all on your shoulders. It was never all on your shoulders. Let me carry the part that was crushing you. I know you have worked hard to keep everything steady by your own effort. I saw every hour of it. But I am leading you now into a stability that does not come from striving. It comes from resting in me. When I allow things to shift and move around you, I am not doing it to shake your peace. I am doing it to build a peace in you that the shifting cannot touch. The calm I give is not the world's calm. It does not depend on everything going right. It walks with you straight through the storm. So do not name the changes you feel inside as fear. They are not fear. They are a stirring back to life, a rising up out of old patterns, out of a long sleep of the spirit, out of a small and worn-down picture of who you are. I am not tearing you down. I am setting you on ground that will not give way beneath you, and nothing that truly belongs to you is being lost in this. What is falling away was never meant to be carried this far. You are not falling apart, though some days it has felt that way. You are being renewed. You are not being led astray. You are being set down in the exact place you belong. When you look back on this stretch of the road, you will understand that even the parts that unsettled you were my hand, steadying you, turning you, moving you toward good. I am guiding your path toward the things that fit who I actually made you to be. You can stop chasing every open door in a panic, grabbing at anything that might work. The things I have prepared for you will not require you to claw for them. They will come, because I set them aside for you long before you arrived at this moment. A place of belonging is waiting, a place of purpose, and you are closer to walking into it than you feel. Your worth was never in what you achieve or what people decide about you. Your worth comes from me alone, and to me you are beyond price. Rest in that as your strength returns. You are not the same person who began this journey. Something in you has already changed, and it is a change that will keep unfolding, deeper and steadier, in the days I am bringing toward you. There are patterns that have followed your family down the line, longer than you have been alive. A heaviness that seemed to visit every generation. The same struggles with lack, with sickness, with broken bonds, with despair, appearing again and again as if written into your name. You have wondered at times whether that weight was simply yours to carry, whether the story was fixed. It is not fixed. I am the one who breaks what no man could break. I have struck the chain that was wrapped around your line, and it has cracked where no hand could reach it. You may have felt it loosen without understanding why. A dread that used to sit on your chest, suddenly a little lighter. A cycle that always repeated, suddenly interrupted. That was my doing, and I have set my presence at the door of your life so that what I have broken off does not creep back across the threshold and settle in again. So do not carry the sins and the sorrows of those who came before you as though they were your sentence. They are not your sentence. You are being made new, and what is new does not answer to the old pattern. The weight you were born into is not the weight you will die under. I am lifting it now, thread by thread, until you stand free of a thing you never chose and never deserved. But hear me closely, because I love you enough to warn you. In the days just ahead, something is going to come to you dressed as an answer that is not from me. It will look like a way out. It will look like relief from the pressure you have been under. And it will come with a strange urgency, a feeling that you must decide right now that if you pause, you will lose it. That rushing is not my voice. My voice does not stampede you into a corner. My voice brings peace, even when the road is hard. So before you say yes to it, before you hand anything over, before you sign your name to it, bring it to me first. Sit in the quiet for a while and ask me plainly, is this from you? And then wait. If my peace rests on it, move. If my peace is not there, walk away, even if it looks like the chance of a lifetime. What I withhold from you is never a loss. I only ever move you past a lesser thing to make room for a better one. I am giving you clearer discernment even now. The fog is lifting from your eyes, and you will know the difference between what is mine and what only pretends to be. Now let me speak to the pressure itself, the lack that has kept you awake. I have not been blind to it. I have seen the arithmetic you do late at night, the way your stomach tightens over what is owed, the fear that there will not be enough. I am not a distant landlord counting from far away. I am the one who made oil keep pouring from a widow's small jar until every empty vessel in her house was full, with more to spare. When she had nothing left but a little, I did not shame her for the little. I multiplied it. I am the one who took a boy's small lunch, a few loaves and a couple of fish, and fed a hungry crowd of thousands until baskets of leftovers remained. I am the one who told tired fishermen who had caught nothing all night to let their nets down one more time, and the catch was so great the nets began to tear. I have not changed. I am not retired. The same hands that did all of that are the hands at work over your life right now. So I am telling you to lift your eyes and expect. Provision is coming to you, and it may come from a direction you were not watching. It may arrive as a door you did not knock on. It may come as an idea, I drop into your spirit that grows into something that sustains you. I am not limited to one way of providing, and I am not waiting on the source you keep staring at. Watch the edges. The help may come from the side. Speak this over your own life, out loud if you can, softly if you must. Say that you received the provision I am releasing. Say that your going out and your coming in are blessed. Say that the fear of lack has no more authority over your home. Words carry weight when they agree with mine. When you speak what I have spoken, you give it a place to stand in your life. Do not curse your own future with the language of fear. Bless it with the language of faith. And do not despise the season of not yet. The quiet stretch you are in is not empty. It is the ground where the roots go down. A field that lies fallow for a season is not a dead field. It is a field being made ready to bear more than it ever could have before. I have not been idle in your waiting. I have been preparing a harvest that matches the depth of what you sowed in tears. You are closer than you think to the turn. Keep your heart soft. Keep your hands open. Keep your eyes on me and not on the size of the problem. The one who feeds the birds and clothes the fields has not overlooked you. You are worth more to me than all of it, and I will not let you fall. Declare, I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am pouring out. Now I want to reach the wound that bleeds the quietest, the one you rarely speak of. There is a name that moved through your mind just now, someone you love, or once loved, or wish still loved you. A bond that broke or bent or drifted so slowly you barely noticed until the distance was too wide to shout across. I see that relationship. I have not given up on it, even in the seasons you had. Let me remind you of a young woman named Esther. She was an orphan, hidden away, raised by someone else's kindness, carrying a past she did not choose. And she was called to walk into the throne room of a king who could have ended her life with a word, to speak up for her people when speaking up could have cost her everything. She was afraid. Of course she was afraid, but she was told that perhaps she had come to her place for exactly such a time as this. So she prepared her heart, and she stepped forward trembling, and when she came before the king, he did not raise his hand against her. He extended his golden scepter, and favor rested on her, and the whole nation was spared because one frightened woman refused to stay silent. That is the kind of turning I still do. And some of you are standing where Esther stood, called to take a step towards someone who holds a piece of your heart, and frozen by the fear of what it might cost. I am extending my favor to you now, the way that scepter was extended to her. I am going ahead of you into the conversation you have been dreading. I am softening the heart on the other side of the wall. I am reaching into the pride, the bitterness, the old misunderstanding that hardened between you, and I am loosening its grip. You may be the one I am asking to reach out first, not because you were wrong, not because you were the lesser one, but because you are mine, and my children are the ones who make peace. There is a conversation I am preparing, and when it comes, do not let your heart turn to stone. It may be a spouse. It may be someone in your family you have not spoken to in years. It may be a friend the years pulled away. I am putting the words in a mouth you did not expect them from. So when the call comes, when the message comes, when the knock at the door finally comes, do not let pride slam it shut. Answer, forgive, receive, and watch me rebuild what everyone assumed was rubble. But I will be honest with you, because love is honest. Some of what has kept you bound is not what was done to you. It is what you are still holding against those who did it. The resentment you have carried has not punished them. It has only chained you to the very moment you long to leave behind. You have relived their words 1,000 times, and every time you do, you hand them the key to your peace again. So today I am asking you to set it down. Not because what they did was small, not because it did not matter, but because you were never meant to carry a courtroom inside your chest. Release them to me. Let me be the one who settles the account, the one who sees what you cannot and judges rightly what you never could. When you forgive, you are not saying it did not hurt. You are saying you will no longer let it own you. And there is a name harder to forgive than any of theirs: your own. You have been the strictest judge in the room, sentencing yourself over and over for the mistakes you cannot take back. You have carried a shame you would never lay on anyone you love. My child, I am not holding those things against you. So why are you still holding them against yourself? Let me lift that weight too. Come out from under the judgment you have been living beneath. I forgave you long ago. It is time you stopped arguing with my mercy. Lay it all down now, right where you are. Lay down the worry you have carried like a second skin. Lay down the fear of what tomorrow holds. Lay down the anger you were sure you had a right to. Lay down the grief, the disappointment, the shame, the endless weight of trying to hold a broken thing together with your bare hands. Set it at my feet and leave it there. You have carried it long enough, and it was never yours to carry alone. And in the empty space where all of that used to sit, let me put something better. A new steadiness in your chest. A hope that is not naive but is real. A quiet that does not depend on everything finally going right. I am filling you fresh, giving you a new song where there was only the old ache. A new expectation where there was only dread. This is what I do when a heart finally opens its hands and lets me in. You were not made to live guarded and clenched, always bracing for the next blow. You were made to live open, to grow, to give and receive love without flinching. The years of merely surviving are closing behind you. A season of actually living is opening in front of you. But you have to step forward. You have to release what felt safe, but was quietly keeping you small. Trust that I am holding something far better, shaped for you alone, and it is worth the reach. Reawaken the part of you that used to dream, the part that dared to want good things before disappointment taught it to stay quiet. I am not leading you back into old pain. I am leading you forward into deeper joy, into peace that holds, into bonds that heal instead of wound. Let your spirit lift its head again. The mending has already begun. Now hear who you are, because the enemy of your peace has worked for years to keep this hidden from you. You are not your job. You are not your bank account. You are not your relationship status or your diagnosis, or the worst thing that ever happened to you. You are a chosen one. You are set apart, marked as mine, called out of the dark and into a clear and living light. That is your name. And no person, no failure, no delay can cross out what I have written over your life. I have been shaping something in you in the hidden place, in the long quiet you thought was wasted. What I form in secret, I release in the open, and the release is near. There is coming a season, closer than it feels, when you will step into a room, a moment, a purpose, and the weight of what I have placed in you will be plain to everyone around you. People will sense it. People will be drawn to it. And you will finally understand why I asked you to hold on when letting go would have been easier. You have carried the ache of feeling unremarkable, sure that your days were too small to matter. But I do not measure a life the way the world measures it. I have spoken in the quiet more clearly than I ever spoke in the noise. I did not come to the prophet of old in the great wind that tore the mountains, nor in the earthquake, nor in the fire. I came in a gentle whisper, a low and steady sound he had to grow still to hear. That is how I have been speaking to you, not in spectacle, in a stirring so quiet you almost talked yourself out of it. There was a boy who served in the holy place long ago, and in the middle of the night he heard his name called. He thought it was a man in the next room, and he ran to answer the wrong voice again and again, until an older man taught him to say, "Speak, for I am listening." Only then did he hear me clearly. I am doing the same work in you now. You have blamed my nudges on your mood, on coincidence, on other people. But I am sharpening your hearing, so you will know my voice from all the rest. You were not brought into this life to move through it half asleep, repeating empty days. You were stirred awake for a reason I set in place before you drew breath in this world. And you are not only meant to receive my light, you are meant to carry it. Some hearts are called to a quiet, steady life, and that is good. But you are among those called to wake others, to be a light that helps another soul find its way. Not because you are better than anyone, because I placed a particular sensitivity in you, a spirit quick to feel me, and I did not do that by accident. So do not mistake the shifting you feel inside for something falling apart. It is not collapse. It is a dawn breaking in you. Old layers are being pulled back so that what is true can stand in the open. The foundations you leaned on that could never truly hold you are giving way, and in their place I am setting a foundation that will not move. You are not being unmade. You are being revealed. This light rising in you is not a sudden flash that blinds. It is the slow, certain coming of morning. It warms the cold corners where doubt used to live. It shows you the shape of the path I carved for you long before this world began. You have walked in the gray half-light for long enough, unsure of your own footing. Now the sun is coming up over your life, and you are beginning to see the road clearly, one steady step in front of the next. Lean on me fully now more than you ever have. Let your worries loosen as your trust deepens. Hold on to my promises, because they do not shift and they do not expire. My word over you reaches past this moment and covers every day still ahead of you. Your future is already known to me. I have already walked through it. I have seen every turn, every hard place, every joy, and I have gone ahead to make it ready. There is no reason to be afraid of what you cannot yet see, because I am already there waiting for you, clearing the way. State it over your own life, with whatever faith you can find right now. Say that you believe me. Say that what I have promised will come to pass. Say it even if your voice shakes, because a shaking voice speaking truth is stronger than a steady voice speaking fear. When you agree with me out loud, the road ahead grows clearer, and heaven leans in close to help you walk it. I want to leave you with one picture to carry into your days. Imagine me standing at the door of your heart, not pounding, not demanding, just there, patient, my hand raised, waiting for you to open. And imagine you finally turning the handle, opening it wide, letting me in, not only into the rooms you are proud of, but into the ones you have kept locked for years. Imagine me walking into every one of them, not with judgment, but with light, not with shame, but with mercy. And then imagine me taking your hand and leading you out of that old, cramped house and into a new one I have built for you. A place with no locked doors, filled with my presence. where you are finally, fully free. That house is your future, and we are walking toward it together, one step, one day, one prayer at a time. You do not have to run. You do not have to earn your way in. You only have to keep walking with me and not let go of my hand. And I promise you, I will not let go of yours. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. The waiting is ending. The road ahead is clearing. What was broken is being mended. What was heavy is being lifted. And what was silent is beginning to speak. Step forward, my beloved, out of the old world and into the light of this new day. It is a light that does not fade, and a warmth that does not fail. You are nearly home. Say, Amen, I am ready, if you are stepping forward with me today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were not watching. Heaven grew still. Not in the way silence usually falls, slow, creeping, like an ending. This was different. This was the kind of stillness that follows something rare, the kind that comes when all of heaven turns to look at the same thing at the same time. And what heaven turned to look at was you. I want you to hear what I am about to say, not as a comfort. Hear it as fact. You have been through things that had the full intention of finishing you, not discouraging you, not delaying you, finishing you completely. There were seasons where the pressure did not let up, where one hard thing barely ended before the next one arrived, where you had to keep choosing to get up when getting up felt dishonest, when you felt nothing like someone who was going to be all right, and yet you did not fully stop. That is what caught heaven's attention. Not your best days, not the moments when you had it together. What made heaven go quiet was the moments when you did not have it together, and something in you still kept reaching for me. A whisper when you had nothing left. A reluctant step back toward the place where you knew I was, even when you felt no certainty that I would answer. You thought those moments were your weakest. Heaven read them as something else entirely. My child, you left me speechless. I want you to sit with that. Not because you performed well, not because your record was clean, but because inside the place where pressure breaks, most people, the hidden place that nobody else sees. You held something that should have buckled. You bent. I watched you bend. There were moments where I could see exactly how close you were to letting go entirely. But there was a thread you kept holding. Not tightly, sometimes barely, but you held it. That thread was not stubbornness. It was not willpower. I put it there. What I plant does not uproot easily. Even when the ground shook, the root held. That is not something you manufactured. That is something I placed in the deepest part of who you are. And the weight of everything this season threw at you proved it is real. Now I need you to understand what I am not saying. I am not saying the hard things were good. I am not standing over what you suffered and calling it a gift. Pain is not a prize. Loss is not a reward. What came against you was real, and it was heavy. I know how heavy it was. I was there for every hour of it, not watching from a distance, but present in the very room where you sat alone and wondered how much longer you could keep going. I did not look away. I have never looked away from you. There is something I need you to hold before anything else is said. I was not unmoved by what you walked through. I did not observe it the way you observe something from behind glass, at a safe distance, untouched. I was in it with you. Every night that stretched too long, every morning that arrived without relief. every moment where the silence felt like an answer you were not ready to hear. I was there through all of it. And what I was doing in those moments was not nothing. I was not simply waiting for you to endure your way to the other side. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping intact what the pressure was trying to destroy. That work was real, even when you could not feel it happening. And it mattered. What I placed in you was already there long before this season arrived. The pressure did not create it. The pressure revealed it. And what it revealed was something rare enough to make heaven stop and take notice. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to let it go. You stayed honest when a lie would have been simpler. You remained when remaining was the harder path. And when the ones you trusted let you down, you did not harden the way hurt usually hardens a person. You stayed open. You stayed willing. That is not nothing. Those are not small things. To the eye, they look like nothing. To heaven, they carry enormous weight. There are people who look confident from the outside and are hollow on the inside. There are people who seem strong in public and crumble when no one is watching. What I found in you was the other way around. In the open, you were often uncertain. You doubted. You worried. You went through stretches where hope felt like a thing you could not quite hold in your hands anymore. But in the place no one else could see. In the quiet core, where a person's real character lives, there was something stable, something settled, something that would not fully agree with the verdict being spoken over your life by the hardship, by the disappointment, by the voices that suggested you were ordinary and small. Heaven sees that place. I built it. And what I saw inside it moved me, not as a figure of speech, not as a comfort phrase, but in the way that truth moves the one who knows what it costs to make something hold. Now I want to tell you what was found inside that place. I want to name it clearly. I want you to hear it plainly, without the filter of doubt softening it, before it can reach you. Because what was discovered about you in this season is not small. It is the kind of thing that shifts how you see your past, your present, and the ground you are about to walk into. So before I tell you everything else, before I speak of what comes next, what is shifting, and what is being released over your life, receive this one thing first. You were not forgotten. You were never abandoned. The quiet was not emptiness. What you lived through was seen in full, from the first moment the weight arrived to the last hour of the longest night. And what was found inside you when the pressure was at its heaviest, that is what I have come to speak to you about today. There is a word for what I found inside you, but I want to approach it carefully, because the first time most people hear it applied to themselves, they resist it. They shake their head. They think of all the ways it could not possibly be true. The word is rare. Not rare because you have never made a mistake. Not rare because you are better than the people around you. Rare because of what was found underneath the pressure. Rare because of what did not leave when everything else seemed to. When betrayal came, I watched for bitterness. In most people, bitterness arrives quickly after a wound. It makes a certain kind of sense. The hurt is real, the cause is unjust, and bitterness at least feels like something. Like a grip on the situation. Like a way to not be helpless. But when betrayal came to you, and it did come, I watched your heart, and what I found was not bitterness taking root. There was pain, real pain. But the bitterness had nothing to grip. Something in you kept releasing the very thing that should have poisoned you. Not quickly, not without a fight, but it kept releasing. That is not common. when silence stretched on longer than you expected, when answers did not come and explanations did not arrive. I watched for what fills that space in most people's hearts. Long silence breeds anger in many people, or resignation, or the slow, quiet decision to stop trusting. In you, the silence hurt. I will not pretend otherwise. But underneath the hurt, you kept something alive that most people release in those seasons. You kept reaching. Small, quiet, sometimes barely a reach at all. But you did not go fully silent on me. You kept the line open even when you heard nothing back. That is the kind of faith that counts, not the faith that praises loudly when things are good. The faith that sits in a dark room and whispers my name anyway, not because it feels anything, but because it refuses to let go completely. I found loyalty in you, where others left. Not the kind of loyalty that is easy to maintain when things are going well. The kind that holds when holding costs something. I found patience in places where frustration would have been completely understandable. You were not patient because it was easy. You were patient because something in you chose it, even when everything else pushed against it. I found kindness still operating in you after you had been treated without kindness. You still chose to be gentle when you had every right to harden. You did not perform that softness for people to observe. I watched it in your private choices, in how you treated others when no one was grading you, in the decisions you made when the only witness was yourself and me. That is the real measure of a person, not what they do on display, what they do when they are alone and tired and the easier wrong is available. And I found something else, something even harder to hold on to after the kind of pain you walked through. I found that your ability to feel with other people did not close down. After being hurt yourself, there would have been no shame in pulling back, in protecting yourself, in deciding that you had enough to carry without taking on the weight of others. But that is not what happened. You remained open. You still felt the weight of other people's struggles, even when you were under your own. You still made room. You still showed up. That is an uncommon thing in a person who has been through what you have been through. That combination, loyalty under pressure, faith that holds through long silence, compassion that survives personal pain, does not occur automatically. I have watched people go through tremendous weight and come out closed, armored, unreachable, hardened in the way that something becomes when the life is pressed out of it. What you came out with was different. You came out with something I can only describe as depth. Depth does not announce itself. It does not ask for recognition. It does not even always know it is there, but it shows up when it is needed. It shows in how you handle things that are too heavy for a shallow person to carry. It shows in the choices you make when no one is watching and the easier wrong is right in front of you. It shows in the way you enter a room, even now, even after everything, still carrying something that has not been used up. You have depth, my child. It was built through things that cost you, through seasons that asked more than you felt you had, through moments where the only way through was through. And what was built in those moments is real. It is not a feeling or an impression. It is something solid. It has already been tested under conditions designed to destroy it, and it held. You thought those seasons meant something was wrong with you. You measured yourself against people who seemed further along, people who looked like they were moving forward while you felt stuck. But that comparison was never a fair one. Their path was not your path. Their timeline was not your timeline. And what was being built in you during that time was something that does not get built while you are moving fast. It gets built in the slow places, in the still places, in the places where there is nothing to do but hold on. You held on. And what was found in you because of it is something heaven has not been quiet about. Most people will never know what was found, but you were drawn to this moment for a reason, and that reason is this. Heaven has something to say to you that has been held long enough. Declare your Amen if you have faith. The attacks you experienced were not random. I need you to understand this clearly, because many people look at the hardship they have faced and conclude one of two things. Either that they are unlucky, or that somehow they deserved it. Neither is what happened with you. The attacks that came against you were specific, targeted. That is not something to take lightly. You do not deploy targeted pressure against something ordinary. You do not spend focused energy trying to undo something that poses no threat. The enemy studied you before he moved, and what he studied alarmed him. He saw what I placed inside you. He could not create it. He could not take it. But he could try to get you to walk away from it voluntarily. He could not erase your calling. But if he could get you to disbelieve it, if he could get you to look at yourself and conclude that you were ordinary, unimportant, too broken to matter, then what I placed in you would sit dormant. Not destroyed, but inactive, unused. And that was his aim. So the attack did not come as something obvious. It came quietly. It came as a consistent suggestion. The suggestion took many forms. You are behind. You are not like others. You have missed too much. The things that hurt you have marked you permanently. You will always be at this same level. No one who really sees you stays. These were not idle thoughts. They were placed with purpose. The enemy does not waste effort on targets that do not matter to him. The very consistency of the pressure is itself a signal. It tells you something about what was at stake. There were times when you believed the lies. I will not pretend otherwise. There were seasons when you looked at yourself and what you saw was mostly the damage. When you measured yourself against others and came away feeling small. When the whisper that said you had been passed over felt more real than anything I had told you. You almost settled into that conclusion. You almost signed your name to the sentence that said you were finished. But you could not fully commit to it. Every time you moved close to accepting the worst as permanent, something would resist. Not loudly. Sometimes just a flicker. A reluctance. An unwillingness to completely let go of the possibility that the story was not over. That resistance was not yours alone. It was also mine. I kept a thread of truth alive in you even when the lies were loudest. I would not let the truth about who you are be permanently buried under a deception, because what I placed in you is real, and real things do not respond to the enemy's authority. He had access to your circumstances. He never had access to your core. So the lies came in through the side doors. He used comparison, placing people in your view who seemed further along, more confident, more established. And slowly, comparison did what comparison always does. It made you measure progress on a scale that was never designed for your path. You started judging your timing by someone else's calendar, your worth by someone else's visible results. And that is an impossible way to measure anything real. He used shame. Shame for choices made in harder seasons. Shame for the gaps. Shame for what you had not yet done. For what you had not yet become. Shame is a specific kind of attack. It does not just say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. There is a difference. Conviction points to a specific thing and invites correction. Shame points to your whole person and invites you to disappear. That was the aim, to make you pull back, to make you feel that the best thing you could do for everyone was to make yourself smaller. But what I put in, you cannot be taken away. Not by the weight of your history. Not by the mistakes that live in your past. Not by the disappointment that came through people who should have been safe. Not by the seasons that lasted longer than you could have anticipated. None of those things hold the authority to unmake what I spoke into being in you. The enemy tried every entrance. He found your doubt and used it. He found your longing for approval and turned it against you. He found the places where you were most sensitive and pressed there. But what I have written in you is not written in something that pressure can reach. He could bend you toward the lie. He could not get you to swear allegiance to it. And that made all the difference. You are still here. That is not a small thing. Every time the attack came and you did not stay completely gone, every time you came back, even reluctantly, even exhausted, even unsure, the enemy's plan failed. Not dramatically, not with a shout, just quietly, faithfully. He failed. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. What was built in you through those attacks stands intact. The lies shape no permanent thing in you. They came and they pressed hard, but the foundation I laid held. The truth lived beneath everything that was piled on top of it. And because it is still there, undestroyed, uncancelled, it is now free to rise. I need you to understand something that might have caused you pain at the time. The truth I am telling you now, I have known it the whole time. It was never hidden from me. And there were moments, seasons even, when you cried out and asked me to show you who you were, to confirm your worth, to tell you plainly what was happening and why and where it was all going. And I stayed quiet. I want to explain that silence to you now, because you deserve the explanation. Revelation does not travel well to a heart that is not yet ready to carry it. That is not a criticism of you. It is a matter of structure. If I had spoken this truth to you too early, before the shaping, before the stretching, before you had learned to distinguish between approval from people and direction from me, it would not have helped you. It would have worked against you. And I will not do things that work against you, even when they feel like the thing you need most in the moment. There are two ways early revelation can damage a person. The first is pride. When someone learns something true and significant about themselves before their character is ready to hold it, the truth curls in on itself and becomes arrogance. They begin to perform an identity rather than carry one. They stop needing me because they feel they now have an answer about themselves. The very word I meant to anchor them becomes a trophy they hold over others. That is not what I intended for you. What I was speaking over your life was always meant to ground you, not elevate you above people, but root you deeply enough to stand beside them and serve them with what you carry. The second is fear. For some people, hearing the size of what they carry before they are grounded enough to receive it is simply too much. They retreat. They convince themselves it cannot really be them. They run from the word rather than grow into it. And running from it leaves them more lost than not knowing it at all. I watched you carefully through this season. I watched whether difficulty was making you humble or making you brittle. I watched whether silence was deepening your trust or feeding resentment. I watched the quiet work that was happening in you below the surface where no one else could see, where no one was applauding or even aware that anything was being built. And what I saw told me that the shape of your character was moving towards something that could hold this truth. Your humility was becoming real, not performed for others, but genuine. Your patience was becoming steady. Your need for me was growing bigger than your need for recognition. Those shifts matter enormously, because a person who needs me more than they need attention can carry revelation without it distorting them. The silence was not neglect. It was precision. I was not absent from you. I was doing something more important than speaking. I was forming the vessel so that what I poured into it would hold. You felt delayed. I understand that. From where you were standing, it looked like standing still while others moved forward. That experience was real, and I am not dismissing it. But delay is not denial. A thing being carefully formed takes longer than a thing being rushed. What I was building in you was never going to be rushed. The depth I placed in you requires time. You cannot fast forward roots. You cannot skip the invisible work and arrive at visible fruit with anything real beneath it. The process had to be honored. So I honored it. And I want you to know I understood what that silence cost you. I did not take it lightly. The silence also kept you safe in a way you could not have recognized at the time. Some things placed in the light too early are consumed before they are strong enough to hold their ground. Some flames lit in the wrong season are put out before they can grow into fire. I was not withholding something good from you. I was protecting something good from being exposed before it was ready to hold up under what would come against it. The seasons that felt like nothing was happening, those were not empty. Things were happening in you during those seasons that could not have happened any other way. When there were no outward signs of movement, there was inward work. When there was nothing visible to show for the time, there was something invisible being secured. You were being formed in the way that real formation requires. Slowly, quietly, without applause, without an audience, and you did not waste those seasons. Even when it felt like you were simply enduring them, something was being laid down in you that will outlast every difficulty that placed you there. Now the form is ready. The character can carry what the calling requires. The humility is in place to hold the truth without it becoming distortion. The depth is there to receive revelation without it becoming pride. And that is why I am speaking now. Not sooner, not later. Now. The timing was never cruelty. It was care. Your worth was never in question. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything. What I was waiting for was the right moment to hand something into hands that were ready to hold it. And those hands are now ready. There is something I want to add that I do not want to pass over. The silence was never about your performance. It was never a withholding based on whether you had done enough or believed strongly enough. Your worth was never the variable. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything to me. What I was holding back was not a verdict on your value. It was a timing decision about what you were ready to receive. And now you are ready. You are not the same person you were at the beginning of this road. You have learned things that cannot be learned any other way, and what I am placing in your hands now will not be wasted on what you have become. I want to bring you back to something simple and say it clearly enough that it reaches the place where the doubt lives. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. That sentence is not inspirational language. It is a statement of fact. The hardship that came against you had a specific intention: to define you, to narrow what you believed about yourself down to the size of the worst things that happened to you, to let failure become your name, to let rejection stamp an identity on you that would follow you quietly into every new beginning and whisper that you would get the same result again. That did not succeed. Not because you are stronger than everyone else. Not because you did everything right. It did not succeed because what I wrote into you is not written in something that hardship can reach. I did not plant your identity in your circumstances. I did not rest it on your performance. I did not build it on the opinions of people who looked at you and saw less than what was really there. I placed who you are at a depth that the surface of life cannot touch. And because of that, the repeated attempts to write over it did not take. The rejections did not stick at the level where your real identity lives. The failures added to your experience, but they could not add to your definition. The seasons when you felt invisible did not erase the truth of what you carry. The comparisons that made you feel behind did not change the path I designed specifically for you. You were never behind your purpose. You were always on the path I set for you. Your path does not run on the same timeline as other people's paths. It never has. Measuring your progress by someone else's markers has never been the right measure for your life. I know that is easy to say, but I need you to feel the weight of it, because the habit of comparison has cost you more than you realize. Other people are not ahead of you. They are on their own path, carrying what I assigned to them. When you look at where someone else is and compare it to where you are comparing two things that were never designed to be compared. Your path is yours alone. The shape of it, the timing of it, the pace of it, these were decided with you specifically in mind, not as an afterthought, not as a compromise, as a design. And what you are called to carry is significant. I do not say that to make you proud. I say it so that you stop treating yourself like something smaller than you are. There is a habit you have developed of making yourself small before anyone else can do it. A kind of preemptive diminishment. If you make yourself small first, the thinking goes, it hurts less when others agree. But that habit has cost you. It has kept you from walking into things with the authority and steadiness that rightly belongs to you. What I placed in you is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by smallness. It does not need you to hide it so that it will not be targeted. It can withstand being seen. It can hold up under scrutiny. It can be expressed openly without falling apart. You are allowed to know who you are. You are allowed to walk in the reality of it. Not loudly. Not in a way that announces itself or demands recognition, but steadily. With the quiet certainty of someone who has settled the question of their own worth. Not because circumstances confirmed it, but because I said it. Here is something else I want you to receive. The things that felt like they were working against you did not diminish what you carry. They confirmed it. A person carrying nothing is not worth targeting. What came against you told you something about what was ahead, that there is something real at the end of this road worth protecting. You made it through the attempts to define you by your worst seasons. You are here, on the other side of the pressure, and what you carried is intact. That is not a coincidence. That is what happens when what is inside a person cannot be reached by what is outside them. What I put in you cannot be taken away. Let that settle. Let it go down into the parts of you that still half believe the old things. Let it reach further than the surface. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. You are who I say you are. And what I say about you has not changed. Declare, I receive this today if your heart is open. I also need to address the way you speak about yourself, because what comes out of your mouth about who you are matters more than you have been giving it credit for. There is a pattern that happens when someone has been through a long season of pressure. They start to agree with the language of the season. They say things like, I am so far behind. I am not sure I am cut out for this. I have never been good at trusting. I am always the one who gets left. These words feel honest because they feel like what the evidence shows. But they are not describing the truth of who you are. They are describing the story the hardest seasons tried to write over you. Stop using those words. Not because the feelings are not real. The feelings are real. But feelings are not definitions. What you experienced is real. But experience is not identity. You are not required to narrate your life using the language of the worst things that happened in it. Start speaking differently about yourself. Not with grand declarations you do not yet believe. Just with corrections. When the old language comes, and it will come, interrupt it. Say quietly, "That is not who I am. Heaven has said something different, and let what I have spoken today be the counterword. You are rare. You are faithful. You held when holding cost you something." Those are the words that match what was found in you. Those are the words I am speaking over your life today. And what I speak does not return empty. There is a shift underway, and I want to prepare you for it. What was built in secret is not going to stay hidden forever. That is not how I work. I do not build things in the dark to leave them there permanently. The hidden season had a purpose, and it has served that purpose. But what was formed in you during the quiet time was not formed to remain quiet. It was formed to be expressed, to go to work, to do what it was designed to do. I want to be careful about what I mean when I say a season of visibility is coming, because this phrase can be misunderstood, and I do not want you chasing the wrong thing. I am not promising fame. I am not guaranteeing that the world will take notice of you in any particular public way. That kind of visibility is not what I am speaking about here. What I mean is something simpler and more significant than that. The things you carry, the depth, the steadiness, the compassion, the quiet authority that was formed in you through pressure, these things are going to be needed. They are going to be called upon. Situations are going to arise around you that require exactly what was built in you through the hardest seasons. People are going to come into your life who are in the kind of darkness you yourself once lived through. And because you went through it honestly, without bypassing it, without performing your way to the other side, you will have something real to offer them. That is the visibility I am speaking about. You will be placed where what you carry is needed. And what you give in those moments will not be advice from a safe distance. It will be the weight of someone who has actually been there, and who came through still holding something that held. That kind of presence changes things in ways that performance never could. It is the difference between someone who has studied a map and someone who has walked the road. People can tell the difference. They feel it when someone speaks from a place of real experience. And what you have to give comes from that place. Now let me address something that may happen as this shift comes. As things begin to change, as doors begin to open, as you find yourself in more visible places, the old voice of comparison may return. It will look at what others have and suggest that you are still not quite enough, that your path is not as clean as theirs, that you have too much history, that the people who are further along somehow got there without carrying what you have been carrying. Do not cooperate with that voice. You have learned something through this season that many people spend their whole lives not learning. You have learned that approval is not the foundation, that what I say about you carries more authority than anything the visible world puts on display. Walk into this new season with that settled, not with your guard up, not striving to maintain it, just settled. The way a person walks into a room when they know they belong there, not announcing it, not defending it, just at ease in it. What was built in silence will speak in the open. What was formed in hiddenness will be expressed in the light. And it will carry authority precisely because it was not manufactured. It was forged. It was tested before it was released. That is why it will hold up under pressure, because it already has. Go forward without competing. Go forward without performing. Go forward the way I shaped you to go, with depth, with steadiness, with the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are not, because the world confirmed it, but because I said it. There is something I want to place before you as this season turns. I want you to understand the weight of what is shifting. This is not a small change in direction. This is the ground moving under the whole of your life. The things I planted in the quiet years are ready. The roots that formed in the dark are ready to feed something that will stand in the open. Do not minimize what is coming. Do not shrink back from it because the scale of it feels unfamiliar. You were built for what is coming. The shaping was intentional. The stretching was specific. The things I allowed were not random. They were the precise conditions needed to form what you now carry. And what you now carry is exactly what the next season requires. So go, with steadiness, with depth, with the quiet authority of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not burn. Say yes if you are ready to walk forward. I also want to say something about what you will find on the other side of this shift that you may not be expecting. You will find that the things you thought disqualified you are exactly the things that make you credible. The places where you struggled are the places where you will be most trusted to speak. The seasons where you felt most invisible are the seasons that will give your words the most weight. This is not the way the world works. The world values the polished and the presented. But I work differently. I use what the world overlooks. I place weight in what the world passes by. And the person who stood in the quiet places and did not quit, that is the person I trust to carry what needs to go further. You are entering a season where what you have been carries more authority than what you have performed. Let that register. Let it settle into the way you see yourself and what you bring. The hidden season has done its work. What was formed is ready. And the one who formed it says, go. I want to close by bringing you back to where I started, because it matters, and I do not want you to move past it too quickly. You left me speechless, not in a theatrical way, not as a phrase chosen to make you feel good. I mean something very specific by it. When I look at the whole of what you walked through, not the best parts, not the easy stretches, but the full weight of the hardest seasons, the long silences, the moments when everything around you said to stop. And I look at what did not leave you, what held in the center of all of that. I am moved by it in a way that words do not capture cleanly. You are stronger than you have allowed yourself to believe, not stronger in the sense of being unmoved. You were moved. I watched it. You were shaken, pressed, worn down, confused, hurt by things and people that should have been safe. Your strength is not the strength of someone who felt nothing. It is the strength of someone who felt everything and still did not break at the core. That is a different kind of strength. It does not look impressive from the outside. It does not make noise. But when the pressure is real and the cost is high and the easy exit is right there in front of you, this is the strength that stays. And staying, when staying costs you something, is the only measure that ultimately matters. My child, I need you to change how you speak about yourself. Not dramatically, not with declarations that feel hollow. Just stop using the words that do not match what I have told you today. Stop saying you are weak when you have carried things that would have broken most people open. Stop saying you are forgotten when I have been watching everything. Stop saying you are behind when your path was never meant to match anyone else's pace. Stop agreeing with the language that the hardest seasons tried to make permanent. Those words describe the attack. They do not describe the truth. Speak more carefully. When the old language rises, and it will, let what was spoken today interrupt it. Quietly, steadily. That is not who I am. Heaven has spoken something different over me. Let the correction be simple and firm. Let it be a settled decision. You are not behind. You are on the path I set for you. You are not forgotten. I have had my eye on you through everything. You are not too broken. What broke the surface did not reach what I anchored at the center. And you are not ordinary. What was found inside you when the pressure was at its worst is the kind of thing that makes heaven stop and take notice. Hear this clearly. This message is for you. Not for someone who has it together more than you do. Not for someone who has believed longer or struggled less. This is for you. The person who is here, in this moment, carrying exactly what you are carrying, with exactly the history you have. I am not speaking to a polished version of you. I am speaking to the real one. And the real one is exactly who I am saying all of this about. The quiet is over. What was formed in the hidden places is ready to move into the open. What was built in you belongs to the next chapter of your life. Carry it with the steadiness that was forged in you. Carry it with the humility that the long seasons produced. Carry it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they did not make it through alone, and knows they will not be alone in what comes next. Before you go, I want you to take a moment, right now, wherever you are, and let what just happened settle in you. You received a word, not from someone who observed you from the outside and offered a general encouragement. A word spoken from the one who built you, from the one who has seen the inside of every season you have walked through, the ones you told people about, and the ones you never told anyone about, from the one who found something rare in you when you thought there was nothing there worth noticing. Let it reach you. Let it go past the surface where the old habit of dismissing good things lives. Let it go down into the place where doubt has been living. Let it speak there. Let it begin the work of replacing what was never true. You are rare, not as a compliment, as a fact. What was found in you this season, under the weight, in the long silence, in the moments no one else saw, had to be placed there deliberately, and then proved through pressure. And it has been proved. The testing confirmed what I always knew was there. Now, live accordingly, not loudly, just differently than you did before you heard this. Walk with a little more certainty. Speak about yourself a little more carefully. Stop apologizing for taking up space. What I placed in you was meant to be expressed, not suppressed. It was meant to be carried into the world. The season ahead belongs to what was built in the seasons behind. And the one who built it says, "You are ready. It is time." Go forward, my beloved child. Not striving, not competing, not with one eye on what everyone else is doing. Just forward, with depth, with steadiness, with the settled knowing of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not melt. I am with you. I was with you through all of it, and I will be with you through everything still to come. What I spoke over you today does not expire. It does not wear off when the feeling fades. It stands because I stand behind it. Carry it. Live it. Let it be the new foundation that the next season of your life is built on. Declare Amen as a seal over every word spoken to you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.